Good evening and welcome to another Witcher Wednesday. We're having fun. Uh, Billy will be joining us momentarily. He'll be right back. He's on. He'll be here momentarily, and we'll have some surprises for you after the break. But first of all, hey y'all, thank you. I'm at Deirdre Donlin on Twitter, or Proxgore Thesmia4. You can see me around here on Twitch. And these are my wonderful friends who come play Witcher with me every week. Because they're fabulous. And right now, we need to talk to the fabulous, the wonderful gentleman himself, floppy-haired Fenris below me. Hey, Trooper, how you doing?
Hey, I'm looking upwards because apparently you are above me. Hello.
At
I
least
feel
on the
like
overlay.
on the overlay, I feel like if we had enough, we could get a full-on Brady Bunch situation and be like waving to the people. I'm going to wave to the people in the audience. Hey, audience, how are you? I'm Trooper SJP, and I have a slightly different wig for today. It is my floppy-haired Fenris wig because Yanto is yet again lying about who he is to other people. Because if you're not lying about who you are you really living? This this one involves he has a makeup and disguise kit, and he's disguised his roots so that he looks less like he's related to his sister, because that would be dangerous, and more like he's broody, moody Fenris and listens to the Smiths and or the Cure and or Joy Division. But also, yeah, that's it. That's what I've got to tell you. I'm excited to be here, and I know that we have got shenanigans on the way, and I suspect those shenanigans will be epic. Also, I suspect that Johnny Blams is going to show up in the game in the next 5 minutes as my second cousin, or the second cousin of the person I'm pretending to be, and it'll be like a lot of mistaken identities, and there'll be madness, and yeah.
Okay, look,
Johnny, I
Trooper,
hope you're ready, right?
I'm all for these kind of things, but like, dude, I need more than 30 seconds to make up an overlay.
He said 2 minutes.
Yeah. But also, I just wanted to say that to freak out Johnny, and then you should have gone with me to be like, oh yeah, Johnny, where are you?
Well, Johnny says he was born ready, so I think it backfired.
Oh no!
That's the right answer, Johnny. That's what I always say.
Yep, that's kind of my feeling. And then next to the wonderful Trooper, we have the wonderful, fabulous, my dearest friend, Lindy. How are you this evening?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. Their southern accents making me really want to go into a deep southern drawl because my friend from who was born and raised in Mississippi is over at the moment, and I was sounding very southern 10 minutes ago. Anyways, I'm Lindy, and I will be playing Brenna of Matina, the Witcher, for this evening in this Witcher game. And she has some very strong opinions on some things that are happening in the game right now. Murder is not off the table, despite people saying it should be. I like to say that murder is never off the table.
My character never said anything of the sort, because my character's a professional liar, and just
Thank you.
It's like whatever you want to do.
Whatever you want to do. It's fine. Everything's fine. This wedding is not fine though, and I need to ask some questions and maybe probably stop it. It's fine. Brenna's fine. She's not fine.
I mean, I would like to point out that your best friend has told you that she's here to support you in getting rid of this wedding.
Yeah, and that's great. She's my bestie for Esties.
Exactly. She's here for you. She's here to support
you. She's here for me. She's very supportive, and in many ways.
Not the least of which she's totally helping you plan a murder. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. We just like to have multiple strategies for dealing with the situation, because you never know how it's going to go.
Wait. Can you? I feel like you're missing out some important information that you have to say before. This is not vamping for Billy to get here with special beard ornaments. It's actually just me asking you a question because I feel like the audience needs to know.
Oh, okay. Yes.
I feel like to prepare for this wedding, you got a bunch of like exciting things, but I feel like you should tell the audience what those things were.
Yes, if you look on this NPC document, I always
What?
said the S, and I don't know why. This NPC document, you can see that there's a page of some accessories Brenna has for this wedding that were prepared for her by some really good friends. She's hoping to make a statement and outshine Count Gavril's wife,
Who
which
she's never met.
who she's never met, but she already doesn't really like. So it's fine. It's not fine, but she's gonna be hot AF at this wedding, should it happen.
Wait a minute. I want to see if I get this right. Your character,
Yes, my character.
is disliking someone and distrustful of someone they haven't met yet.
Yes.
That sounds
Because-
so much like your older
because-
brother.
So many other people also dislike and distrust this person, it would seem.
I just feel like
And
disliking and distrust someone.
I've received correspondence about it too, and everything. So
Look, disliking and distrusting someone you've never met, that makes your brother proud.
okay, well I'm glad. Now let's do something about it.
Maybe we should talk to, I don't know, Billy
Billy?
about that. Yeah.
I think
Billy,
I
how
think
you
we do
feeling
need to
about
know.
our not murder plans?
I feel good about the not murder plans, because, that could spell out some bad news. We're in a new place. I feel like murder shouldn't be the first option here. But I'm confident about my beard
Who
ornaments.
do you?
They
Yeah.
look great.
Yeah, they're certainly silver adjacent for reasons. But yeah, what was the question?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Ardzo.
Who
That
are
is
you?
me.
Who are
I
you
am-
playing?
I am Billy / Bill of the Forest on the internets. I'm playing Ardzo, a formerly solitary healer, dwarf healer, lived in the woods, very versed with nature and plant life, good at what he does, keeps to himself. Had a couple of run-ins with some problematic characters, and he just it's better off. He's better off on his own. He doesn't need anything. It's better for him and the world probably for him to be by himself. So yeah, looking forward to this wedding because that is perfectly in line with his life goals.
I feel that there will be a lot of things that are in line with Ardzo's life goals. But first, some little housekeeping things. You will notice above me, we have a donation bar. And you will also notice that some very, very kind soul has helped us achieve our main goal. But today is officially the last day of our charity drive to support World Central Kitchen. Come on, there we go. And you can donate either in chat or in the panel down below. We have made our goal, but we want to keep going because we want to have fun with this, right? Right? We want to keep going. Always want to give more to charity, particularly a great charity like World Central Kitchen that does a lot for a lot of people. I would also like to say there'll be a surprise for you in the near future, friends. A quaint
Can I guess what it is?
surprise.
Can I guess what it is? Can I guess what it is?
Watermelon.
No,
Box
no,
of
no.
Pop-Tarts.
No. The wedding cake will be super large, and inside the wedding cake will be like a surprise person who pops out who's an assassin who murders everyone. It'll be wait. It'll be like the Moldovan massacre at the end of that one season of Dynasty, where like the big wedding's happening and then somebody bursts in and they all like shoot everybody up with like machine guns, and then you're gonna stop the episode right then, and we won't know who lives or who dies until the next episode.
Okay, see, possibly everything except the cake thing, because Italians, why would I fuck with the pastries?
That's fair. Okay.
Maybe there's a fake cake and a real cake, and someone can pop out of the fake cake.
Right.
That is acceptable. Popping out of the real cake.
Oh.
Okay, look, y'all. I've seen Singing in the Rain.
I've
know
always wanted
what...
to pop out of a cake.
Oh, and thank you,
Thank you for the
boys,
blessing.
for that blessing of Nihilani for our
We might need it.
dear cast. We are now up to 2 because there was one donated during the charity stream, which we did on Saturday, which was a lot of fun, and is, if you missed out, it is now up on YouTube, all 12 hours of it. It's a lot of little wholesome funness, and if you need wholesome fun in your life, you might need it after this Witcher game.
What? Why?
Wait, what? Wait,
Why?
what?
You can't just say that and then not follow up with it.
I mean, oh, look, it's gonna be fine. There's gonna be a wedding. Weddings are never stressful. Everyone's gonna be happy. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Oof. Well, let me go get the tissues.
Oh, I've got my floppy hair. I think I'm already good.
I always have a tissue box on my desk, but usually it's for allergies. But, you know, I guess we'll just find out.
Yeah.
But we are on our ways south and then west over the mountains. You've taken a boat. Ardzo, along with Brenna and Eleanor, on the boat south to Beauclair, and then west from west from Beauclair to the mountains and the pass at Mont Blanc, leading to over the pass to the estate of one Count Gavril von Welder, who's hosting the wedding of his younger son Florian von Welder to his newly betrothed Seraphine de Chalon of the Beauclair de Chalons. Count Gavril's estate is known as... Oh, I'm gonna fuck this up. I officially give Trooper permission to correct me on pronunciation, because it is Burg Passwacht, I believe, because Lydia told me how to do this. I will put it in the chat, but my German or Austrian in this particular case is not good.
That's Burg, not Berg.
Okay, Burg.
Yeah, because a berg
Passwacht.
is a mountain, and
Yeah,
then
and
so
Burg's a town.
Mm-hmm.
Passwacht.
Okay, see?
Burg Passwacht.
This is why I have people who speak German. I don't do this one.
No, but
Romance languages, yes.
Aww,
All of those
that's so
things.
romantic, and we've got a wedding. I feel like this is gonna be the most wholesome episode ever, right? Cool.
And it is but you are making your way south. But Brenna,
Yeah,
you had a question for
I did.
the journey on the boat for the three of you, plus, well, Simeon and all.
Oh, Simeon's
of-
coming with us. That's
Well,
great.
of
I
course
like
Simeon
him.
Of course Simeon has to come, because he is, the household steward, and this is not a small thing, and let's be honest.
No,
Eleanor
it's not
does
a small
travel.
thing. Everyone's been invited.
There's a seating chart, y'all. It's a little large. But,
Well, not everyone has been invited. I don't think Brenna has been invited. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting.
So I'm not
Weird.
even the guest of a guest.
You're like
No,
a,
you're
a
definitely
We're
wedding
just
crasher.
self-inviting. It's fine. They can't turn me away.
I'm a healer. You're gonna need me.
But the trip.
And if
the
that
trip
doesn't
down-
set the tone.
That does set the tone at all. The trip down from you left Belhaven on the third Sadwern of Imbolc, and you will arrive on the first Gwenier of Berk. Okay.
And I will arrive 2 or 3 days later.
You arrive between 2.5 3 days later, depending on. We're going to make you roll for it. It's fine.
Depending on how many werewolves you run into, it's fine. Don't worry about
Well,
it.
no, it's less about that and more about the fact that it is Eleanor Delcroix who is traveling. And even when she is decamping from her winter headquarters, and the reality of the fact of the matter is, Eleanor is a bard, and she can travel light.
I'm just saying that theoretically I'm leaving 3 days after she does, and if I arrive at the same time she does, that's not on me. That's not on me.
It's not.
I'm not
It's
the
on
one.
us.
Yeah,
No,
that's
Brenna
all on
knows.
you.
She's
That's
traveled with
just-
Eleanor before.
I'm just saying.
It's also, there's a period of time of making sure that Ardzo achieves his social graces that are at least necessary to at least be seen in with Eleanor.
Oh my gosh. Is it the scene from Anastasia when we're teaching him manners on the boat?
It's not like a grand expectation of it's just the I have to be seen with you. I have standards. Everyone knows of me that I have standards, and therefore, that's where we begin. But what are you going to be doing on this boat, Ardzo, while you have about a week to make your way south?
Probably rolling to see if I throw up or not.
Oh. I did get you
That is a
ginger chews
endurance
and mint.
run.
Hopefully that'll help you.
Yeah, I don't have sea legs. Endurance.
Oh wait, no, wait. There's an actual skill for this. It's called sailing.
Oh, there is,
But,
yeah.
but I'm not sailing. I'm suffering the consequences of someone else's sailing. $18.
You are well able to keep yourself under control. You might have had it's also, they're river ferries, river barges, right? They're not
Ocean
High
liners.
seas.
Yeah.
high seas trauma.
It looks like I got it though, so I'm breathing in the
Yes.
fresh river air. While I'm on this boat, is what's the quarters like? Am I sequestered with Brenna? Am I free
No,
to?
This is a flat bottom barge, river barge.
Flat bottom barge, you make the rockin' world go round. Get
That
on
was
the
about it,
barge
Gary.
and ride.
And Brian May. There's the there's a qu'est-ce que c'est le mot? Like a little building, but not quite, like it's like a cabin on the bow and a cabin on the stern, and there's where there's a stern cabin is also where the above it on top is where the helmsman and the captain are, keeping the boat in line. In the center is where all the cargo and the horses are currently being held because, moving it up. So yes,
yeah.
there's currently no one else with you on this barge aside from the captain and his assistant. It's a river barge. It's not like you have a major crew kind of thing.
So I'm just gonna be leaning over like a ledge with both hands, kind of like jutting my butt out a little bit, feeling out these tight pants, and looking out at the horizon.
Relaxing and enjoying the fine weather that you are having, which for the most part is true. It only rains about one day as you make your way further south.
Oh. Lovely.
Yeah, and
Oh, Brenna is probably... She's a little antsy because she, the wedding thing, just all of that. But aside from that, just a little bit of anxiety, and it's difficult to tell because she does a pretty good job. It just might materialize in the form of pacing the deck, you know, for a couple hours every day. But she will hang out with Alienor a good bit because she has to catch up with her friend. She hasn't seen her in a while. And of course with Artso as well. I'm sure there's probably a couple good nights of storytelling.
For sure.
Around like the dinner time. But then they have girl talk. You know, a couple times, and it's fine. Because, you know, there's a lot to talk about.
I feel like when you said girl talk, you meant something else.
There's a band, right? Is that what we're talking about?
No, just girl talk, just talking about things that they do, being girls.
We're talking about assassinations, aren't we?
No, maybe in one of the girl talks, but only one of them.
I know what girl talk's all about. It's usually murder, assassinations, nuclear physics.
Well, there's also like, do I tell my boyfriend, not boyfriend, this thing about me that I found out? She definitely brings that up.
What thing are you going to be talking about?
Do I tell him that I found out who my family is? That he was Radovid the First?
I mean, to be fair, Radovid the First couldn't keep it in his pants if they were sewed shut and sewed to him, so...
So I've heard.
That man has more children than a turtle. And really, you know, I think Gavril would appreciate knowing. Also, there's a certain level of, you know, responsibility now that you are of the noble classes, per se.
I suppose so. I've only known for a couple of weeks now. It has been a lot. And I don't know what to expect when he gets there, and so I wanted to hear what your opinion on the matter was.
Well, there are a lot of things that you should be expecting when we get there, but I do not know what else you think you will, you know. Do you want to tell him? Do you think it is important?
I typically tell him everything.
Then why would you not tell him this?
I don't know. Things have been... This whole wedding thing is putting me off. It has thrown me for a loop, I believe you might say.
Well, it has been my experience that if you are being put off by something, then you should consider what exactly you are being put off by. And maybe perhaps consider why you are not secure in your understanding, in your choices.
I think it's just like a look of like, I think I know what you're trying to say. And I'll consider it. Like, just that, like, they've known each other long enough that there's like a look of like, I'll think about it. But also, she can tell most of her brains is just fucking Philipberta, I got a kid. Like, she wants to meet her, but she doesn't want to meet her, and there's just a lot of feelings going on behind the Witcher mask facade. As many feelings as a Witcher can have.
But, I guess the other question is, you know, are we concerned about other things, you know? Of course, everyone I knew was surprised when Gavril decided that he needed another wife after Zdenka died.
It was shocking. I didn't even find out about it until it had occurred. I mean, Zdenka was lovely. She was nice. We got along well. No one's even heard of her, this Philibert.
Also, I've noticed perhaps some changes in the staff have been occurring.
Really? That is most unusual.
But it is, well, like the first I could understand, right? You know. they had to bring in Stefan and promote him to Falconer after Jakob. Well, the wolves were bad that winter, and a new Falconer, that makes sense. Perhaps. And then, but Lydia passing meant that now Lorena and Elsa have taken over their mother's duties. So Lorena has taken on the position of cook and, housekeeper. And Elsa is cook? I don't know what to call it. They split it between the two of them.
Uh-huh. And then, the family that she's trying to get Florian to marry into, I told you I saved the, Marguerite. And, Zerfine is her daughter, but I told you about that note that, the Deschalon family wanted information about my whereabouts? What do you even think that is about? Isn't it awfully conspicuous that should pop up around the time of the wedding?
That is conspicuous, but also, was it her who wanted information about your whereabouts, or was it Filiberta who wanted information?
That could be. I just said Deschalon had the seal. Ugh. I do not like this. I do not like it at all. It is.
Then we plan for the worst, no? We assume.
We plan for the worst, assume the worst. And, you said I had other duties to attend to now that I'm aware of my lineage? What duties do you think that means exactly? What additional responsibilities do I have to take on in my daily life?
Your daily life? That I do not know.
Occasionally.
Whether it had so many children, it depends on if he counts you as one that was recognized or not. I mean, he had many, many bastards that were never going to be recognized and are purely adding to the servant class. But you are a witcher, no? And an elf? You are of a noble house. It might be more important to let Gavril know that you are of a noble house and perhaps of one that will claim you. Is that...
Possibly, I suppose. I mean, Javik recognized me as recognized me. He was like, oh yes, the seamstress's daughter. It was...
So then, Javik not just recognized you, he acknowledged you, no?
I suppose this is true. Oh, I just never thought I would be dealing with any of this.
There's a small laugh. Mais, mon ami.
I mean, it could be worse. I could be missing my arm from here down.
Yes, that could be very bad. Why is that your immediate go-to?
Oh, it happened briefly, but we got put back on.
That is good.
Otso is a very good doctor, and Javik assisted, so it was...
Very well. Well, then there's your point. Javik has recognized you.
She shows him the scar. Yes, a Vogue. Yes, Javik has recognized me and acknowledged me.
One of its, acknowledged heirs. Not his, heir, but one of the lineage.
It's a mage, yeah.
And then he is a mage of some renown, no? He is not, it's not like saying you've been recognized by, the podunk mayor of Bumfuck.
Such is true. He might be living with a podunk mayor in a tiny village, but he is of importance, I would say. I think he likes the quiet. Alright, well...
Alright. Well, and she's kind of leaned back on a bunch of stacks of baggage that's there and just kind of...
Just piles of her baggage, just reclining on it, yeah.
It looks kind of like a mini throne, or a little chaise lounge,
Of course, yeah. Luggage chaise lounge. I mean, because why wouldn't you if you're a bard?
Yeah, and is playing some music that's just kind of plucking at it, letting it go, and kind of glances down leans slightly towards you and glances down the side of the boat to where Arzo is leaning on the rail with his butt sticking out and goes, well, I'm glad he's getting used to his pants.
Yes, they are a flattering fit.
Really?
You did good sizing and fitting.
I always do. I cannot wait for you to see the dress. Oh, the look on you.
I am looking forward to seeing the dress.
Don't make a statement.
I am typically not one for statements, but I think his occasion calls for it, and then just like does a little cheers with whatever beverage. Yeah.
There's a cup of wine that just miraculously appears because, she's lounging on a, deck.
Yeah.
And there's
One of the
wine.
luggages is just like a keg. She just,
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's right, and it's rests right above her little chalice perfectly. So she just turns it and then turns it off, and there's like a little. There's a little, the way the luggage has been stacked and tied down, she can just slide the chalice into the bottom of the chalice right
so
under
it doesn't,
the rope,
yeah.
so it sits there. She's done this
Clever
before.
girl.
So she can get used. But she kind of reclines back and just lets the mood sit to let you all choose.
Just give Confidant so much love and attention now. No, that the conversation's been had. Just such a good horse. Face scritches.
Ardzo, what are you up to?
I mean, I don't have a best friend on the boat. It's pretty much just Brenna as far as people I know, and then this bard lady.
She's been very nice.
She's been nice, but there's a distance there. Like, I'm not her, I'm not a gal pal. And when I was buzzed, I attempted to feel out the situation, and it didn't go well. And then Ardzo, did a quick 180, and it's just appreciating nature. Wondering how he got to this point.
Oh, while we're appreciating nature on one of the days, Brennan will point out a couple of loons and say, we might see more at the wedding, so they won't be birds. And then, that's all.
He'll glare at you. What?
Never mind. It's a nice scene.
And then kind of bide his time until we get ready to gear up for the wedding.
You arrive, because of course you then have to transition from the boat to horses to cross the pass, and rent some,
Rent a wagon for her luggage.
There's not quite that bad, because she, just an extra pack animal.
Okay.
Just one.
Oh, just like we've got like our 2 horses and the mule. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, 3 horses, because Simeon's got his own. But,
Yes, it's true.
And the mule. Because there's a couple little extra pieces, just a little bit extra. She's not totally extra, she's just a little extra.
Just a little bit.
Exactly. And you make your way across the pass west, down. By this point, you're far enough south that the snow has mostly melted away. There's the chirp of birds upon the air. You feel it. Spring is coming. And you see first, as you approach, the towers, the gleaming white towers, and the dark roofs of Passwacht. And I fully acknowledge I quasi-cheated, but you know what? Don't care. You see this as you approach.
Oh. Or ooh, I don't know yet. I haven't seen it. I just. Ooh, yeah. That's an ooh, not an oh no.
Flags are flying. The bright purple with silver across it, woven through with knotwork. You approach up the other side towards the main keep, on the other side of the castle, not from the grounds side, but from the mountainside up to the doors of the main keep, between two of the main towers. And I can now put you on the map, which is not the complete map, I want you to understand, but this is...
Oh, yes. I imagine there's much more furniture in the actual building. But I do like that couch wall. It's nice.
Mm-hmm. So, you approach up this long cobble. You approach, it starts dirt, but at about, just across the bridge that would lead you into what could be a moat, but is actually just, the small valley between the hillside and the mountainside where the castle is actually built into and on top of, with the hills and mountains behind, turns to cobblestones, and you can hear the sounds of the village below, shifting and pounding. There's a forge running, a sound of people at work.
It's very familiar scene to Brenna. She's been here a lot. A lot.
A very long period of time. And as you approach the door, you're still a good 20, 30 feet from the doors, and they are flung open as Florian has seen you approaching from from his room in the tower, and has come running down to meet you.
It's not the brother that wrote me, but it's the one who's supposed to be getting married. So yes.
Yes.
Very excited. She'll hop off confidant and walk him up.
Excited and very he's very excited and is very happy to see you, but also very surprised to see you. He has
because I wasn't
very
invited.
shaggy cut, very messy dark curls across his face, dark eyes, and he's dressed so much more formally than you've ever seen him. Usually he's in hunting leathers and would rather be riding or, out with the hounds, crossing, perhaps working with the captain of the guard to maintain the the security of the castle, but he is very happy and excited to see you.
Yeah, she will, slide off confidant and kind of just do the thing where she drapes the reins over her shoulder, so she's leading him, but he just follows because he's a good horse. And go up to greet him with a hug, because, as per usual.
He's grown a couple inches, so he's now actually is taller than you, enough that he has to kind of lean over to hug.
Baby boy, no. But she'll give him a hug. Oh, you're taller than me now, by a good bit. Look at you. And just kind of does the thing where you when you see a relative or someone you haven't seen in a while, and you hold them at arm's length, and you're like, look at you, and she does that thing. 100%. Florian, how are you?
I am good. I did not think you were going to be able to make it. We got word that you were not available.
What, from who?
A message came from Toussaint that you were delayed and would not be here in time.
Oh. That is interesting. No, that was not the case at all. I would hate to miss another wedding in this house.
Yeah. And he does that great sigh. Is like,
Are you well though? Are you alright? Like the if you need help, blink twice look on her face. That she probably instilled in him when he was like knee high. Like
he kind of like pulls back a little bit, and you see him glance around, but it's just his eyes. He doesn't even turn. He's glancing around as if, and then he notices Ardzo is with you, and he looks questioningly without making any facial movements.
Okay, so something's up. Yeah, something's up. Alright, that's me, not Brenna. Brenna's cool as a cucumber. She goes, oh, this is, Eleanor. This is my, friend Arzo, who I met, helped put my arm back on after a terrible Vogue incident.
I am her friend, Arzo, and I help her put her arm back on after a terrible Vogue incident.
And that actually gets like a corner of Brenna's mouth to go up.
There's this moment of on Florian's face where he's like, do I laugh at that? Or is it
It
not
is okay.
cool?
Yeah, yes, you can laugh at that. I'll start. Ha 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 ha.
So this is Florian von Welder. I've known
Florian
him since he was
von
born.
Bender?
Von Wedler.
Von Wedler. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. Do I bow now or take a knee? How do you...
He laughs kind of at that and offers you his arm to shake. Like, to shake.
Like, okay. And
the
so...
arm grasp, yeah.
Because he offered the arm, he's going to bypass the hand and go for the forearm for like a strong forearm, like Braveheart clasp, and then put his match it with his other hand to like, oh, okay, this is how we do it.
He kind of smiles and nods. But you must come in. We will have to see. Lorenz is around somewhere, and
Yes, I would love to speak with him.
Yes, and Father is conducting business.
It's a very busy time at the moment, I would expect.
Yes, and some of the guests are here, but not all of them. He looks mildly panicked at the fact that he's standing in as host right now, as the younger son. Not that level of panic of someone who has no clue what they're doing, but that level of panic of someone who has a bit of a clue about what they're supposed to be doing, but has never actually been put in a position where they're supposed to be doing it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, totally. I've been there. Just fake it till you make it.
Exactly. And we should go to the he kind of like looks at you like retiring
rooms. Yes, the rooms would be good.
Rooms
Eleanor has a lot of luggage that will need to be moved into her, where she usually...
yeah, and he kind of snaps his fingers at a couple of the footmen who are around, and no, I did not go through and name all of the footmen, I'm sorry.
No, don't be.
I did name the important people, like, but as he does so, another, younger looking woman, late 20s, maybe early 30s, long, dark hair,
Should I recognize her?
This is,
Okay.
Lorena.
As long as I recognize them, that's
This
fine.
is Lorena. This is, who is now you have, as Eleanor said, has taken over the position of housekeeper from her mother.
Very suddenly, 2 years ago. Yeah, very suddenly, I'm sure. 2 years ago. It's fine.
It was a heart attack. It happens
I'm not,
sometimes.
yeah. That's definitely couldn't have been poison induced or anything. It's fine. It's fine. Brenna's just suspicious right now. It's fine. I'm suspicious. Brenna's taking my inner paranoia and embodying it at the moment. It's fine.
Lorena
she
would
will-
come
she-
up. Would come up and like would just kind of laugh at Eleanor as Eleanor just kind of greets everyone and starts proceeding around to her rooms in this in this castle, which are very nice guest rooms, which theoretically should just be guest rooms, but she stays here so often they're basically hers.
Reserved, yeah.
It's like my name's on the door, even though it's not. My name's always on the door. It's one of those places, it's like that level of not quite reserved, but you go to the diner and they always go to the same booth in the diner and they'd be like, why are you in my seat?
Yeah, this is our table. We've sat here every Sunday night for the past 5 years. How dare you heathens sit here? I wouldn't know anything about that.
Same. So Eleanor makes her way inside up to the second floor of the main keep on the south side overlooking the gardens. There is an internal... So the falled gardens are outside the main keep. They're still within the walls and but they're like the more private, not private, but they're more public gardens where herding can be done or falconing and those kind of things in the winter. And there's occasionally training that happens in there, but there's also there's a private garden in the central courtyard, which is also where sometimes there's drills or other things that can also be, theoretically it's also a courtyard where you could shunt people into it so it could become a kill box. I wouldn't know anything about medieval architecture and its functionality at all, would I?
No, it's fine.
And she has gone up to the second floor of the main keep, which is probably about, the third floor, really. Florian will lead you inside to the retiring room or the entry in one of the main towers off the main hallway to the left. It's a number of very fine couches. BT dubs. Everything that's on this map in red, picture in purple and silver. I couldn't change the color, so I went with what worked.
Works.
Purple and silver with black accents. It shows all over. There are these long couches that are arranged all around this circular wall, and in the center there's a very elaborate fire pit that set into the rock into the tile of the floor. There's arching cast iron and brass that kind of comes off of it to kind of, it has on occasion, you could hang like an incense off of it to kind of waft through the smoke, but it's also, just a very elaborate piece of both heating and light for this small space, which is really only illuminated. There aren't really a lot of windows in this building. There are archer's windows, but not really any other. Even the windows into the main courtyard are small and designed to be easily defensible. This fortress was built as a border fortress. This is the point of control for the northeastern border of Matina into Toussaint and Magturga. This is, for all its beauty and its aesthetic wealth that shines from everything, this is still a functioning warrior's stronghold. And you can see that in the guards that are arrayed along the halls that take shifts and pass by. You know that these guards are well trained, disciplined, these are not guards who are going to make stupid things like, we're going to have a 5-minute break in between shifts A and B, because that's not how that works. You also know that Gavril himself has served in a number of border conflicts, for the King of Matina and, some security. He is not an untested warrior. He is perhaps not, a great military tactician of the likes of, Mehmed II of the Ottoman Empire, or even Julius Caesar or Alexander the Great, but he is no fool on a battlefield either. He's not going to be making stupid mistakes. And Florian leads you inside, you and Arzo, and basically Lorena tells you that she will make your rooms ready, and she kind of leans close to you, Brenne, and she goes, and your friend, is he staying with you? And she kind of gives you that look like,
no.
Of course, I will put him on the...
I'm like, no, he's not
but
staying.
You also, this is the first time you brought up...
I've brought somebody, yeah. She's like, no, he's
friend.
just... Yes. He is just a good friend. And a doctor.
Doctor.
Healer.
That is very good. She kind of nods at that and then proceeds up the stairs. It'll be just a few minutes. I will prepare the appropriate chambers.
Thank you.
She nods very politely to you as well, Arzo, as she leaves. Doctor, and she...
If Brenna could blush, she probably would be blushing like, no, we're not. That's not a thing. But she's way cooler than that. That's me inside.
And you and Florian and Arzo are left pretty much alone in this retiring, chamber, which is used basically as kind of like the wait point for Gavril to kind of summon, important dignitaries or guests to here in the throne room or be presented or whatnot. It's not one of the family rooms.
Yeah, that's real interesting, but it's fine. It's Florian's. It's fine. Anyways,
Yeah, and Florian just kind of like, I'll go get Lawrence, and he kind of looks at you.
Too. Yes, it would be wonderful to speak with him. It's been too long seeing both of you.
So yes, he will make his way and leave the two of you pretty much alone.
So this is the place.
What do they do with all of this space?
Well, this is a border fortress, so it also has to be able to fit a lot of people should a conflict arise at the border, be able to pull people in and shelter them all.
And this is where the wedding is going to be held?
Most likely in the courtyard, but yes. Oh, well, I don't know. I would hold a wedding in the courtyard.
Yeah, but what if it rains?
There is a ballroom on the other
There
side.
is also a ballroom. Yeah.
That isn't, this is only one half of the map, and I haven't gotten the other half finished.
Oh, it's fine. I totally get it. Or in the ballroom, perhaps? I intend to find out. But in this place, yes.
Interesting. He's like looking around the room for like interesting historical paintings, objects.
Can you both roll me an awareness?
I'd love to. Yeah. Brenna's looking for anything sus. Cause fuck it. Okay, that's fine too.
Oh, my character's been loading for a second. So I'm gonna roll a normal ass dice. Normal ass dice.
Oh, whole ass dice?
Four plus 14, 19.
4 plus 19 or 4?
It's 19 total.
19 total. The couches that you're sitting on are beautifully upholstered with thick purple silks and embroidered with silver and black threads in these very intricately designed, almost knotwork designs as they go around the side of this circular walls. There are large tapestries that are hanging, and this is a large space. You know, it should be. This is like a 10-foot ceiling space. You know, good vertical vents, and there is a floor above, but there's also a small hole in the floor above, basically to allow the smoke of this fire pit to escape upwards and not cause suffocation.
Don't want that. Smoke inhalation bad.
Smoke inhalation bad. So you have this, these large tapestries that are along the wall, and they serve a double purpose of presenting, images of the von Welder, important images of the von Welder family, a tapestry of the estate as seen from the air, as seen from the Matina side of the mountains, looking with the mountains in the background, and it's all very pretty. And, a very detailed, portrait hanging directly above right here in the gap between, couches 3 and 4, in the middle of the wall, basically. It's a very strong figure, square jaw, full beard, trimmed very close and cut nicely, floppy, very styled, longish hair, standing next to a very pretty young blonde-ish woman. Her hair seems to be of some sort of dirty blonde, perhaps, wearing some sort of yellow or lemon silk dress. It's a very framed portrait, slightly larger than life size. He is significantly older than she is.
Can I make assumptions about this picture?
You can immediately recognize Gavril, and you could assume that the woman he is standing next to is his current wife, Filiberta. You have never seen this painting before in your life.
No, I haven't.
And
Not even the last time I visited here.
Mm-hmm. And the last time you were in this space, there was a portrait there, but it was of Gavril's father.
Interesting. Interesting. She makes note. And she also memorizes that smug mug in the painting. So if she sees that walking around all smug, she can know. Or at least guess / assume. That's it. That's all.
But we're going to pull back for a moment and slightly rewind the clock. About 2 days. As, Yanto, you and Cream and your quasi-entourage, which isn't really an entourage, it's just a couple people willing to carry Cream's bags, for a price. That price might be the opportunity to pick a few pockets at this particular wedding, but, they look well enough like servants that you don't really care.
That's fair. That's fair.
You are about 2 days out from, well, excuse me, it's the same day, but you bet you are 2 days out from arriving. You are going through the pass. You have about another day and a half to get through it.
So I imagine we're on horseback at this point in time.
Yes, probably.
Because I imagine we don't have a carriage. It's how life is when you're traveling, I imagine. I'm mostly just going to sort of keep watchfulness, like, just alert, aware, and petty noble, like, small noble sort of attitude. Yes, yeah. That's what I'm like. It's going. It's like if we, for example, if there are, we're going to a place where people look. You know what I mean? Where people, where there are always going to be people who are watching you at any time. Someone's watching you. I always feel that somebody's watching me. So never breaking character. Always just sort of like being the sort of like, I'm a noble. I'm escorting my betrothed. These places could be dangerous, and so I'm going to sort of be aware, because I imagine we don't really have mercenaries by our side, but trying to look like a person who has been trained for this sort of a thing, in case those people who are probably runners, watchers, scouts are watching us. There's no break in persona.
Cream is well used to this. She is, told you to call her Viviana. And she actually has an invitation to this wedding.
I imagine it's faked, or stolen, or acquired in some sort of a way.
You could roll me forgery if you want to see.
Well, why ever not? Just to see, if I can note something about it. 18.
You don't think it's a forgery?
Nice. Can I roll? Probably it would be education, I assume, to know if I know of an actual Viviana rolled.
You can.
I mean, I don't hang out in those places, but maybe I've heard a thing or two. 20. So it doesn't look like a forgery. Then presumably there must be an actual.
Bless you.
Gesundheit. Viviana rolled. So do I know of one?
It's not a name that you think of.
I have a thought in the back of my head, but I'm going to give it one more look, just because I'm a little concerned about something. It's just, things like pop in the back of your head. You know how that is? Like little thoughts. I would like to look at it, disbelieving what I'm seeing.
Okay.
I would like to make a magic resistance roll, if I might.
Okay.
Because my entire life, this last few time period, has involved, I'm not good at resisting magic, by the way, it's not my thing, has been involved glamours around everything. And so just in case, I'm hoping that it stays the same and there are no changes to this document if I try to look through glamours.
I will tell you that chat has been very kind and gifted you all 3 blessings of Nihilani.
I will not use them, though. 13.
There is no magic on this whatsoever.
Great. That makes me feel much better. Thank you very much. I will take this as a bit of a mystery and hand the invitation back.
She smirks at you again and says, "You just need to know the right people."
Of course, my dear.
Right. I'm sorry, I should remember.
Indeed. I imagine there are probably scouts and whatnot already on the road watching us, as we travel.
Of course, darling. Of course.
I assume
Yes,
you've...
Drake. Sometimes a pipe is just a pipe, Yanto.
That's what he was hoping. Because he would not have been... He'd been very unhappy if it turns out there was a bunch of glamour on this. That would have made him very happy indeed. Unhappy. Well, I assume you've been here before, have you?
No, not here, but just knowing the right people means one gets put on the guest list, darling.
Oh, well, that's lovely indeed. I assume we'll be taken care of and we can see what is going on. Have you ever been to the estate where the mother of the bride is from?
No.
No.
There's a reason I can get in, darling.
Of course.
No one would recognize me at all.
Good.
I do know that the estate of Gavril von Welder, Passwacht, is a very sturdy place. I have passed it before, of course. My brother's caravans, of course. But I have never yet stayed in the keep itself. I do not know. We might not, depending on when we get there, be able to stay in the keep.
Oh, interesting. One would think they would have a large enough space for their guests, but...
Well, perhaps they do, but, it might be cramped quarters, darling.
Of course. As long as we have somewhere appropriate for our station to stay, I'm sure it'll be fine. I hope there'll be some sort of banquet where we can meet everyone before the wedding.
At least one. Such affairs. I have heard that Gavril is well known for his hospitality standards. He is, of course, warden of northern Medina. It's not like some of his station would be letting such inhospitable or discourteous things occur without permissions.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, I'm glad to hear it. So, darling, how long have we been betrothed, would you say?
Oh, I figure our wedding is probably going to be the next one.
Oh, how lovely. Good. It's, I'm pleased for our impending nuptials. I hope we will have, some of the best food in all of Lyria and Rivia, don't you think? It gives a bit of a wink.
Technically, Lyria and Rivia are two separate countries at this point.
Mm-hmm.
They are not yet one.
Not yet one.
She smiles. Well, of course, the Queen herself must attend.
Oh, I would hope so. I would do so love it when the upper nobility come to our functions and the dance and all of that. It's my favorite thing ever.
There's much smirking as you proceed.
Just sort of subtly mock the nobility as we travel towards this noble party.
Yes. But that's what's going on the road on the way to this castle in Matina. Arzo, what are you up to?
I'm a fish out of water right now. I'm a guest in someone else's house. Brennan knows everybody. I don't. And I'm not exactly looking to meet people and expand my social circles. And there's a guest at the wedding, and he's doing a lot of thinking to himself because this is the first couple of days in a while where Yanto hasn't been there. And he kind of misses him. He's looking around and just like, fuck, Yanto was a lot when he was around. He was a bit much. But compared to not having Yanto around, And he's just coming to terms with that. Like, what is this? What is this that is happening? Why was I so mad at his stupid accents? They're not stupid. True, they're not stupid. They're great accents. But Arzo wasn't a fan. And it's just a little less full. The rooms aren't as vivid. He just hasn't had that kind of excitement in a while. So he's, if maybe things are kind of slowing back down to normal, maybe they're not, but it seems like it right now. And he kind of misses Yanto a bit. But he doesn't say anything to anybody about it, except for the players and chat.
Very important people to know such things. You've been reclining in this retiring room for about half an hour. A servant has come and brought you, wine and cheese.
Refreshments.
Brenna, could you roll me social etiquette?
I would love to. Sorry if that sounded like aggressive. I'm just, she's tense right now. She's not 16. The number of the day is 2. That's all I'm gonna roll apparently, so it's fine. But 16.
You've been offered wine and cheese.
Yeah, what's that mean?
You haven't been offered bread and salt.
Oh, rude. It's fucking Filiberta.
And dangerous.
Whatever.
You've been here for half an hour, and no one has offered you bread and salt.
What is wrong? What is going on with you? Why
it's
you?
Definitely after the servants left. Well, this is wine and cheese and not bread and salt.
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, bread and salt is what you give someone to welcome them into your home, typically, traditionally. Like, welcome. It's a big welcome. Like, treat this home as your own type of thing.
They give you bread and salt. You put the salt on the bread and eat it? You have to do some sort of strange ritual?
No, it is just, you just accept it. It's guest rights.
That is the stupidest shit I have ever heard. But they gave us wine and cheese. I do suppose that is something we can make use of. Yes?
I mean, it's definitely tastes better than the bread and salt, but it's definitely a bit of an insult.
How is it in... Do I have to talk to somebody?
No, also, you don't have to. I will going to speak to some people.
Do you want the backup? Because how much wine? Is it unlimited wine? Do we have... Hello? Can we have all of... Is there a limit to how much wine? Let's start with another bottle, please.
There's a brief moment, and another servant comes running in, places another bottle on the table, because there are little end tables at each of the ends of each of these little benches, which are very comfortable, by the way.
Oh, Mr. Sir, so do we have to pay for this wine?
He looks very puzzled and just shakes his head, and then kind of looks to Brenna like, is he for real? You do recognize this servant, but this is the first of these servants that you do recognize.
Oh no! And I've seen multiple servants. Okay.
Mr. Servant, are you allowed to tell me your name? What is your name? Okay, we're going to call you Steve. Oh, Giacomo. Giacomo. Okay, Giacomo. Thank you so much for bringing this wine and this cheese. But if we're going to be guests of the home and enjoying the wine. You know, we have 2 bottles now. I would love to soak it up, perhaps with some bread and salt, if you have any available. Lying around, I would just love that. Would help me out a lot with this cheese and wine. There's a lot of acid.
On Giacomo's face, like, oh fuck. And he looks to you, Brenna, and then looks away, and then looks back to you, like...
Brenna has the look on her face of, like, I'm mildly insulted, because, you know, if she recognizes the servant, that means he's probably been here a while, and she's fairly open here, so he'd probably realize, like, she's not in the best of moods.
But you also realize he wasn't the servant who brought the first...
No.
So
yes.
This is a look on his face as he makes eye contact with you that's very much a, what do you mean that hasn't happened yet? What the
yes,
I will get, my
I
Lord
see that
Lawrence,
there's a lot of
I
new
will
servants.
fetch my Lord Lawrence.
Yeah.
Well, you also know that technically the servants can't offer you bread and salt. It has to
Oh,
be...
yes. She goes, Florian is getting Lawrence. Thank you. I've noticed there's a lot of new faces around. Shockwell.
And he kind of side glances and then glances at the painting above your heads and then just nods. Doesn't say anything, just nods.
Thank you for the second bottle of wine, Giacomo. I think we'll need it.
Oh, and yes, that bread and salt as soon as possible. I need to soak. That we had to ship out here, and there was a lot on it. So as soon as possible, please.
There's a very perfunctory, professional nod as he leaves.
He fast walks away though, doesn't he?
He very politely does not look like he runs at all. Until he gets beyond the corner of the wall where you can't see him.
Where I can't see him, but I hear him because Witcher ears.
Yes, and really only you because of Witcher ears.
Yes. Okay. Well, at least some people are still... I think she just pours the glass of wine, and normally you fill a glass of wine, not that I've had wine recently or anything, but like the halfway, she just fills that sucker up and just...
I got the bottle.
There's no room for this wine to breathe, no aeration going to it, you're just gonna pound it, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's another... It's another 5 minutes, which you are pretty sure that you have timed out is someone running at best speed from where you are up to Lawrence's room on the 3rd floor.
The cardio involved.
And then back, and the time for that message to be conveyed, and then time for them to come down.
That's fine. Because if there's an empty bottle and then like a half bottle, that will convey passage of time. As well as perfect.
It is Lawrence who returns. It is not Giacomo. And Lawrence is his bright blue eyes are staring at you, but there are bags under them. He looks exhausted. He looks tired. His hair, which is usually that kind of like messy styled, intentionally looks like this, is hanging limp in the curls around his face. That slight stubble that he usually has grown to be
bit of a small beard.
Yeah, but not good like.
She will stand up as soon as he enters, though, and greet him just as Florian, but with different words. Lawrence, I received your letter and came as quickly as I could.
He nods and just kind of looks around.
Oh, this is my friend Art, so.
He'll like
And he
approach
brings-
and extend his hand like he did with the Florian.
Mm-hmm.
This is how you do things here, yes?
Yes, that is so. And he has this very rough, gravelly voice, and you, know that, that he doesn't usually. It sounds like he's, you know, that level of tired that's, it's just you're draining your throat. And he kind of looks at both of you and pulls, you know, he has in his hands, and it's not very large, he has in his hands a dinner roll in like,
Like a packet of salt.
yeah, like what,
yeah.
what would amount to like a salt packet, but it's like a small, like a little metal silver bowl that's literally
Yeah.
like the size of a quarter, and he splits it and offers it to both of you, and makes eye contact with you, but doesn't say anything.
Thank you. Takes it.
You know, I was kind of hoping for sort of a rye, but I did this will do. That is a joke. I'm trying to lighten the mood.
Is everything alright? Just quietly? I imagine her eyebrows shoot up like 3 inches, being called Lady Witcher by Lawrence. I would love that. The outdoors are my favorite.
Sorry, I was muted. He offers the opportunity to, he doesn't say anything, he just says, thank you all. He just offers the opportunity and says, would you like to walk in the garden? I believe that fresh air would be beneficial, Lady Witcher. And he
Yes.
leads you back to the, down the hallway, through, past the guards and servants. Roll me awareness, Brenna.
Oh yeah.
Is
I
it
was-
both of us that are going, or did he
I would-
just?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's made contact with both of you.
I must spend 2 points of luck on this awareness roll, because... I've been... There we go, that's much better. 24.
There are a couple more servants that you recognize, but the majority of the servants are definitely new since you've been here. The guards, however, are not new. You recognize...
Well, that's a relief, at least.
You know at least of all of the guards who are here, and you've seen them around.
Probably sparred with most of them at point or some point or another.
You would recognize that the other person that you have not seen is Constantin, and you have not seen him. He is the captain of the guards, and you have not seen him at all. Now, that could mean many things, because he doesn't always greet you when you arrive, because he might, perhaps be out doing, whatever.
Captain stuff, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not uncommon for him not to greet you, but you at least are, if you're, you by this point would be tracking. It's like most of the servants are new, but the guards you recognize. And Lorenz will lead you through this little doorway here, out into the gardens.
Yeah. Great.
And over to this small sitting area under the trees off the main pathway, where a number of flowers grow. And you know that this particular area was Zdenka's gardens. And when she was alive, they were always bright and full of flowers and well tended. They're still bright, even for the early spring. But you see, you know, the trees haven't been shaped recently.
Haven't been pruned and shaped, and yeah.
You know, there's a little bit of
The vines might not be trained onto the trellises. Couple weeds.
yeah. And he leads you there and will sit on the bench, one of the 3 benches, and you see that the planters are still well cared for. You know, her prize. Nothing seems to be growing there where it shouldn't. And you see these plants are grown and cared for, and Lawrence would invite you to sit.
Yeah, she'll sit. She has a seat.
Hi, Michael.
I said, he's home, and I got a friend who, we have a friend over.
Hey, always
People
good.
gotta connect.
There are drinks being had. This one was mine.
Ooh, yes. Speaking of, I should pour myself another one here pretty soon.
Yeah, got grog.
Can I also sit down next to Brenna?
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course. He would invite.
Yeah, because if he's sitting, like at one, she's sitting at the one directly next to, not on the same bench, on the next bench, but like slid all the way over. So there's room for art. So and also they can
on one end of the bench, directly under a tree.
Yeah.
And he would invite the 2 of you to sit rather close.
Ardzo would just throw this out there. You know, if we are going to be here a while, I have quite the green thumb. If you need any assistance with your garden,
I would not turn it down. It is a use. This was my mother's garden, and I try to keep it up, but I am not as well. Brenna would tell you that I am very good at breaking things and not so good at growing things. There may have, at one point, possibly been an attempt to grow my mother a rose bush, and I apparently ended up... It was not a good thing.
Well, if you can make some time, I know it is a busy series of days. We can sit down and have a one-on-one, and I can share with you the things that I have learned.
That would be very good. I'm glad that you were able to get here.
Yes, thank you for writing me. I had not received invitation nor word until you wrote me.
That was what I thought. Father said he sent an invitation by himself, and then word arrived that you were tied up in,
I did... There was a person who arrived saying they were sent by your father. He did not have an invitation, though. He was checking in to see why I was late.
And perhaps the invitation never arrived, and the person who was supposed to be checking on you, they arrived instead.
Perhaps the invitation was intercepted.
Father expected you a full month ago.
At least he was expecting me. It has been... I have heard disturbing things. She thinks about not using the word disturbing, and then goes, no, I'm using the word disturbing. Disturbing things. Please tell me everything.
I do not know. This wedding came out of nowhere.
your father's last wedding seemed to come out of nowhere either. I didn't hear about that one until it was already over with.
I didn't know about it was happening until 3 weeks before it did.
Well, I've heard that Filiberta plans this wedding.
She and the Lady de Chalon are friends, I guess. I don't know. Apparently, Florian is getting out of control and being... It's supposed to curb his
out of
wild
control.
impulses.
What is a Florian?
Drunken
Out of control.
revelry and associating with the wrong sort.
This does not sound like Florian at all, does it?
I mean, he is 20 years old and he is the
Yeah,
spare heir.
but
he's not. But he's not known to be.
Yeah.
He doesn't not drink, but he isn't known to your knowledge of
To cause the family problems or the reputation thereof. Yeah.
She said there were rumors, reports. He had a new friend, a bard, some dwarf. There was an altercation where he may have been arrested in Belhaven.
Interesting. I don't look over at Artso, but it sounds like a familiar story in Belhaven. Interesting. I see. Well,
So they
even still,
that-
he's 12 years old and not the heir apparent. And you had a few interesting nights when you were in your teenage years, and you weren't married off immediately.
And so, she said that this would be helpful and that he could then, perhaps engage in the, give him authority in the wine trade.
What about Brithwin?
Lady Adelies is very upset.
I would imagine so. I mean, they've basically been promised since she gestures to knee high.
I honestly did not expect this one, and I do not know.
Interesting story. I saved Marguerite de Chalon from being kidnapped 2 months ago? Recently.
Closer to 6 months by this point.
Okay, 6 months ago. Six
Because
months
it was-
ago. Then.
Yeah, because you would have
Yeah,
done it
yeah.
while you were on your way up, as opposed to on the way
That
back.
makes sense, yeah. 6 months ago I rescued her, so this is an interesting turn.
I don't know anything about that.
Is she here? Are the Deschalons here?
They will be. They are coming.
Not here yet. I
Well,
see. That
they
is...
are. Filiberta claims that they need to have a. They are not going to stay at the estates. They are going to stay at a house in town, so that it is not unseemly. And I did not.
That is not... How is any... That is very untypical. This is very
Everything about
suspicious.
this is untypical.
Is-
You must speak to father.
Does he not realize how crazy this all is?
You know my father. He has a very particular mindset. He does not... He says it is fine.
He says he's... I hate to bring this... Do you think Filiberta even knows about me? Has he told her that much? Because I have heard hardly anything about any of the just gestures
You
broadly.
just see the look on his face go like, I have no idea and I don't want to get into this. Like, 'cause with that question, you firmly reminded him that you are his father's lover. And he doesn't want to think about his...
No.
quasi-stepmother and his father having any sort of relations. It's like, no, I don't... no.
I just, it was an interesting greeting that I have not had in this house since I first stepped foot in here almost 35 years ago.
I do not know. She's changed many things, and many...
It would seem so. Alright, well, this... Lorian has said he was doing business. Do you know when the business will be concluded, or if the business is interruptible?
I would not think it is interruptible. It's, he is not actually currently here.
There is he?
He'll be back tonight, of course. He's...
Tonight.
He
Alright.
has, apparently, Constantine was concerned about some of the poor reports of bandits, or in that they wanted to actually examine, and...
But I've run into many
evidence.
bandit werewolves recently. Do you know where this area was?
I do not. I was left in charge, but Filiberta is in charge.
Interesting.
Perhaps we need to speak to this Filiberta.
Yeah, what's the look on his face? In regards to that.
Roll human perception.
A human perception, my strong suit,
I will
right
say,
there.
Brenna, you get a +2.
Okay,
Because you know Lawrence.
I do. I know him so well. It's a 7, which technically, you know, I've had worse rolls in human perception.
You have indeed.
Ah,
Oh my gosh! Oh, yeah.
23. 23 versus a 7. Brenna, you can't quite make out what he's doing. It's like he's turned his face slightly away from you. He doesn't want to let you know. And because of that, when he does so,
Arzo gets a great look.
Yeah, exactly. Arzo gets a good look at his face. Arzo, you have seen patients who look like they've thrown up a little bit in their mouth when they're trying really hard not to get sick in front of you. That's the look he has on his face right now.
oh, are you not well? Do you need? You look like you're about to expel.
Hearing that, and well, Arto's a medical genius, and as far as Brenna's book is considered, so she'd be like, she's at repulsive.
I do not know. I do not like her. But
I haven't met her yet, and I haven't liked her. But
Well, let us start here. You know, two sides to every coin. What are her good qualities? I'm sure she has some.
she has to have. I mean, how long before she came into this area before she was married to your father?
they were engaged and then they were married.
That sounds very quick.
I do not know. I did not know he wanted to get married again, and honestly, I kind of...
I didn't either. Anyways,
I will...
any redeeming qualities? I mean,
she's
what?
not... She's attractive, I guess.
Uh,
Other people seem to like her.
Well,
She
yes,
a
it is noted. You know,
mage?
when you point out someone and then you say she is attractive, I guess that is the highest compliment.
Does she carry a staff around with her? She bewitchable?
She carry a staff like a mage? No. But... And he leans forward, and it's just barely the breath of you against your ear. He's like, I would not put it aside that he has done something ensorcelled him or something.
Nods. Just like, all right. This is real weird, and I get it, and I will look into it. So the question is, do we introduce ourselves to Filiberta, or do I just wait and get Great Gavril when he returns tonight?
Well, she's not here either. She went down to the Chalons to...
Of course she did. To scheme. Most like, I assume they are scheming.
There was mention of a seating arrangement.
Oh,
Ooh,
and so I think she's like, oh yes, that is definitely scheming, because I have done seating arrangements at a wedding before, and that is indeed a game of politics.
I don't suppose you have the master map nearby where we could see where we are sitting, that the host is in charge of?
He has a look of absolute panic across his face. He's like, and then he looks at you, Brenna, is like, am I supposed to have that?
Well, you just have to know where it is and then tell us.
She has that. Am I supposed to have that? Or is my father? I'm not the host! My father is the host!
Your father is the host, yes. Seeing as how she is not here right now, neither is your father, I think this would be the perfect time to take a lovely stroll around the keep. Maybe visit his office.
He kind of nods at that. And he will
I assume that some of the servants are very loyal to her. If you do something, she hears about it somehow.
Yes, but not as much as you would think. More,
interesting.
You know, my father,
well,
he is good to his people, and they all respect him. So.
Noted. Well, I believe I will give Arzo a tour of the place. And then maybe come closer. Maybe after dinner. You said tonight. Meaning after dinner.
Mm-hmm.
I assume. Maybe after dinner I'll take a little ride on Confidant. You know, pleasant evening ride, and maybe meet your father as he enters.
Mm-hmm. Yanto. Could you roll me a ride check, please?
If you want me to, do you want me to also roll practice paranoia? Because I'm practicing it right now. I just want you to know that like this whole conversation is full of me practicing all of that paranoia and taking notes. 18.
Cool. You and Viviana will be arriving just before sunset.
On the next day, I assume.
No, actually today, because you managed to catch up to them.
Oh,
With that ride check of 18. Because Eleanor is Eleanor. I'm sorry, y'all.
Did they all take extra days to get there? Were they slower than they could have been?
Yes.
Oh, well, there's no judgment there at all. I mean, I imagine with a bard, you need a larger retinue, I imagine. Taking breaks and whatnot. For the record, it's not interesting for me to just go into this estate. I would like to have a tour of the area, i.e., I would like to case the area before any going into such area would happen.
You may case the area, but it's going to be... This is not like a town, right? But you can case it.
Yes, I mean, I want to case the town before we get to the
That's what I'm saying. Go ahead and roll it. But you're not really casing a town because it's not really a town.
Well, there's a settlement. Yes.
There's a settlement. I mean, but
Yes.
but it's a castle. It's a castle town, not like a.
Yes. Well, that's fine. It's what you do to memorize, the layout and all that, as it were.
Roll
We'll
the
also,
dice.
yes, a 14. The DC is in the case the area chart. It's I will look.
Mm-hmm.
I will let you know.
It is
Merchants.
skill trees.
Whatever it is, I did not make it because the lowest difficulty is a 16 for a hamlet.
Yeah, you are not. It's
We don't have
but
the time,
it's
I
also
imagine.
as you kind of case the area. It's got one street. It leads up the hill towards the castle.
Yes,
And
but I'm not able to. Yes.
There are a bunch of farmlands that you can see kind of rolling out from here. There's a barracks. There is a tavern. but it looks like it's very much taken over. There are a number of people who are kind of becoming over. You would also notice a large number of other people have started moving up with you towards the castle. You've met more people on the road towards the castle keep. A young noble from southern Matina, a lady and her retinue from Ebbing. They don't quite introduce themselves. You just kind of can get that from both the accents and the way things are going. And a lady in full plate armor who is who is wearing the banner of Magturga as she rides up. But all of you will make it to the castle gates at sunset. By this point, you're close enough to the wedding date that you are now in the point of like the family is hosting events.
Yes.
Every night until the wedding. You are fully, there's a young housekeeper who would greet you. And people have been started moving up. And Brenna, Ardzo, well, you've been having your chat in the garden. You've seen the sun start to go down, and you can hear now the numbers of people being introduced and kind of, Lorena giving directions of sending people to, well, you're going to have a room on the second floor over here, and you know that the family quarters are on the fourth floor. The trusted and highest ranked are on the third floor, and then just kind of random people are on the second floor. And I think as we move the camera back, we see the sun setting behind, framing out this castle with the mountains behind, casting shadows forward. And all of you, this number of servants proceeding to begin engagement and entertainment. And that's where we're going to take the break for the evening.
Woo! This is fine.
It's fine. It's fine. I think so. Yeah, it's totally fine.
It's great.
Nervous.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Arzo's doing the best he can.
He's doing a great job.
He is. Ardzo for the win.
So,
gotta eat bread.
so we're going to take a short break, and we'll have a surprise when we get back.
I love surprises.
Is it death?
Except that surprise.
It's not.
It might violate the Twitch terms of service.
Unless I'm murdering other people.
But
As a witcher.
we will be back in a few minutes. Refresh yourself, get a beverage, get a stretch, and we'll be back in a few minutes. See you in a few, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you're refreshed. Hope you're ready. You might see a new face here.
What? Where?
Or, yeah, I mean, technically it's right underneath you.
Oh, there. I'm so short. I'm not used to looking down, and seeing people.
Yes. We will get into who our dear friend, Simon, Wandering DM, will be playing tonight in a few moments. But we left off with,
No, I think it'll be there. I'm trying to point to our guest, but I feel
You're
like
doing it.
Am I?
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
the right way. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, got it.
yes,
Boom.
you're
All right.
pointing in the right direction. We, left off as people were approaching the day. Well, the evening was approaching. Brenna was going to show Arzo upstairs to the rooms that were prepared for him on the 3rd floor among the guests. Actually, Eleanor had commandeered the rooms next to hers, and whether anyone else was actually supposed to be there or not, there's now a sign that says Arzo on them. Doctor. In very, very fancy filigree. Because, you know, these are all guest rooms, so there's that kind of, like,
Yes.
little hint of who's supposed to be where. Brenna, you were able to poke around a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could you roll me...
Yes. What do you want me to roll?
The
I'll roll
break
it.
music is still playing in the background? It shouldn't be.
I'm hearing some music. Just pleasant
I'm
music.
hearing-
Yeah, just pleasant music.
Oh, technically it is exactly the same as the break music because it's actually it is actually what's playing. It's one of those that is also the music that ends up playing for the break, but I was like, that's not, it's coming from a different location now, so it's the same thing. Yep. It's fine. But you no, Coldrake, it's literally the same song, but it's coming from Roll20 now instead of coming through slobs. It's okay. I had forgotten that was what I had put as the break music.
Break music. I've done that before.
It's like, oh, that's okay. But no, it's exactly the same thing. Just happens to be that way this time.
And she's doing this very quietly. I will
Would you
add.
like to roll me,
S-
ooh.
Stealth?
Yeah, you could roll me a stealth and then an awareness.
Yes. Boop. Fuck. Why? It's 15. 15's still pretty good. Not the best, but pretty good. She's just so off-put. She probably saw another portrait of Philibert and just can't.
Yes,
Fine.
there is one. It's replaced the portrait of Zdenka. It's on the 2nd floor hallway. Actually, no one's paying you any attention.
Good.
Like, a couple of the guards are actually saluting you as you pass, you know?
She'll give them a nod and a, respectful nod,
And
because she...
You
she's
know that this is... Everyone is treating you like you belong here. They don't care.
Good.
As you make your way around into, Gavril's office is currently locked.
Yes. So I go to my room. And I use the secret passages to investigate his room and his office. That connect to my room, those secret passages, yes.
Well, the connection between your room and his room is a door.
Yes, and yeah.
It's not locked. That door's never locked.
It shouldn't be. And I investigate. She'll also investigate her room, but she'll do that last.
Everything in
Like
his
on the way
room-
back. That way if someone comes in later or knocks, she's in her room, settling in.
Mhm, getting ready, refreshing after a long journey from
Yes.
Beauclair.
But I'm gonna investigate the other two. I'm gonna be nosy AF first, and then I'm gonna go nosy in my room, make sure nothing's changed.
There's nothing. His room looks the same as you remember it. I'll use that really awareness, and then I'll, if I think you need to roll again, I'll. But for his, there's nothing to. There's no evidence of her in this room.
Good.
You remember that he kept like a small like. Oh, what's it? A miniature, with you know, like a small oval miniature painting of Zdenka in even, and one of his first wife. Both of them were on, you know, on his little sideboard. They're still there. There's no picture of Filiberta that's joined them.
Oh, good. Good. She feels a little better. Yeah, she just casually checks around the room.
Everything is the
The
same.
wardrobe.
Nothing of hers is in this room.
And then she'll go to the office.
You go down the stairs through the pass-through door that kind of is like one of those push and the wall pops open. There's a bookcase in front of it. You come down the stairs silently. His office is the same, but there's something different about it. Roll me wilderness survival.
I would love to roll that for you. I am... My rolls tonight. It's fine.
It smells like lilac in here.
Well, that's different.
You've never remembered a perfume beyond, you know, the like white orchid and lily that Zdenka would wear, but it wouldn't be a lot. It would be just when she had been in and out. It wouldn't linger.
Yeah,
in the
recently.
space,
Yeah.
you know.
Dissipate after a half hour or so. This
It's that
is...
long.
Yeah, this is... She's gonna look to see if there's a source to it, like if there's a perfume bottle or a handkerchief or something left behind to keep the scent in the air, or if it smells, or if it's just a lingering, like, gosh, how potent was this at the time kind of thing.
Yeah, okay, go for that, roll me another awareness. Or deduction, and then a deduction.
Okay, yeah, deduction, sure. There we go.
There we go. 26 for the deduction and a 16. Everything that you see looks pretty much the same. But the candles are a different color. Not the usual white with
candles.
Purple accent.
They're not lit, are they?
And there's a scent of lilac coming off of them.
I watch those candles for a few minutes and make sure they look like they're melting down and they're not just staying lit forever.
They are melting down. They do not stay lit forever, and they are.
Because she just had a candle incident. Yeah.
She did have a candle incident. They are not setting off your medallion.
Okay. Interesting. She squints at those candles. You know, maybe flips open the calendar. Looks at the next couple of days.
All wedding stuff, but very, again, Gavril is very professional. He's got meetings scheduled with both Constantine and Simeon and Abasi, who is the Zeracanian, who acts as both stable master and horse breeder. He technically has rooms in the stable here in the keep, but is usually found out on the plains outside of the keep with the horses themselves.
Gotcha.
Was known to be the trainer of all of the horses.
Great. She'll just... Not on the front page, but like on the next page, she'll just pencil herself in. Just to see if he notices. Or see who notices. Who knows? Yeah, and then she'll put everything back and go investigate her room.
With the deduction that you rolled and the awareness that you're rolling, there's no change to your room, and in fact,
Is there a gift?
there's a small jewelry box to the right-hand side of the bedside table.
That wasn't there.
Wrapped. No.
Yeah. She'll open it. And I have to make a magic save. No!
No, you don't have to make a magic save. Looking
good.
down, you see a bracelet that perfectly matches the amethyst stones that are currently in your necklace. It's a little wider, it's a little wider than a traditional tennis bracelet. The stones are a little bit bigger. Surrounded in, well, what we would call platinum and white diamonds.
Cool.
You hear a voice behind you, clearing his throat.
Turn around.
Gavril's leaning in the door frame of the door between the two bedrooms.
Gavril! And she can't help it, her face lights up a little bit. I was told you would not return till after dinner! And then she'll stride over.
He does that nonchalantly, holds an arm out to you to kind of like, and when you get close enough, kind of pulls you in around the waist. He's just taller than you are, just enough to make it noticeable.
Yeah, adding that to the NPC doc. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just making sure I don't have to get rid of anything. No. Cool.
No notes to get rid of. Yay.
No notes to get rid of. Here. Have a distinguished looking Oscar Isaacs with that salt and pepper beard and just a little bit of salt into his hair as it's kind of brushed behind him. Dark eyes that are making contact with yours.
I felt like you were going to say Oscar de la Hoya, which also would have been a great choice.
It was thought of, but this not currently.
Good looking MFer.
There were lots of options. I just, settled on that one.
He says to you, well, Constantine got word that you were here. I could not wait that long.
And she goes in for the smooch.
Yes, there is much smooch. There is almost a dip smooch.
Trooper.
I was not expecting you, however. And because he pulls back, he's like, I am so glad that you could make it to the wedding. We got word that you would not be here.
I find that very interesting. I received a message from Lorenz about the wedding, and your invitation must have been intercepted. I did not receive one. And I traveled through so quickly as soon as I got wind of the news. That is probably why I'm so close to the wedding time that news should not have arrived that I would not be making it, because I had just recently passed through.
I'll have to look into that.
You should.
But you are here now.
I am. It has been far too long.
Indeed. I think you should, as I always do, spend more time with me. I hate it when you have to go away so far.
I dislike it as well. A lot has happened. I have so much to tell you about things that I have discovered quite recently.
Well, you shall have all of my time after dinner. But
Of course.
you are ready to and he kind of does that pull. He kind of still has his right arm around your waist and takes his left hand and pulls your hand up to kiss. He's like, and you shall be joining me for dinner now.
Of course I will.
Good. You shall sit with me as we apparently greet the guests.
Yes, I cannot wait to see everyone who's going to be arriving. Again, I had such short notice for all of this. It is a lot. So quickly.
I would not have planned it, but apparently it is what is necessary for such an event. But you must tell me all about your journeys. You know how much I love to hear about your time away from me.
Yes, I will tell you everything. And I cannot wait to hear about all that has happened here. It seems that there's been quite a bit of new staff hired on.
Unfortunately, the past few winters have not been as good as we would have liked, but we are here and we are good. But I think... And he kind of reaches out with that hand that had lifted your hand to his kiss, and he kind of brushes his hand across the side of your face, where your patch is, the side against your side of your, and would lean and is like, we still have a couple hours before dinner. We should take time to get ready appropriately.
Yes, I think we should. There's so much to do to get ready.
Good. And he'll kind of pull you with that arm that's still around your waist and through the connecting door to his room and close the door behind you.
Yep.
Hi, Yanto, what you doing?
Well, I don't know that there's an evil person that I need to murder and blackmail. So, I'm just following along.
Yeah, Filiberta, right?
No, I'm just following along with the rest of the retinue. We're doing what we do. We're all part of a large group of guests to the party on our way upwards. That's all. Oh, I thought we were going to be staying in the town. Oh. Yep. Could you turn up your volume, Prax?
Or I can turn off the mute, which apparently did it that way.
Thank you. Unmute. Recap. So
Yeah, 'cause
I was
apparently-
saying that Prax asked me what Yanto was doing. I was like, oh, well, we're part of this sort of large group of guests who are on our way up, and we made our way up, and we actually did have quarters inside the castle on the second floor rather than in the town outside.
Yes, you're on the important but not important guest floor. There's slightly smaller quarters, and your retinue is not in here. You are informed that the banquet will begin in 1 hour. The Count will meet everyone at dinner.
Did we receive bread and salt?
Yes.
I thought we would.
But
Of course we would.
it's It's definitely that large gathering bread and salt kind of thing.
Yes, of
that's
course.
much more perfunctory.
Yes, but it counts.
But it
It's just not.
exactly.
It's just not like really nice bread with also a little bit of salt and perhaps also some olive oil and balsamic
It's not a
vinegar.
roll in a salt packet. You're fine.
It's also, but it's also not done. It's kind of like everyone at once kind of thing.
Of course.
And it wasn't Gavril, it was one of the two sons. You think it might have been Florian, but you know, there were like 15 people. Yes.
Could we get a tour before the
The
banquet?
there's a slow, subtle nod, and of course, and the one of the servants would lead you around to the public portions of the castle.
Case the area.
Okay, good. Go ahead and case the area while you're doing so.
It just gives me a bonus on stealth later, if I roll well. 16, which is good enough for a hamlet-sized settlement.
I mean, I will take that for because this is a castle. I'll figure the population size is about the same thing. Yeah. You don't know, like, you can see that it's basically a big circle around, you know, the main keep itself is a big circle around this central courtyard that you can see, and then there's you can see a couple other public green areas that are down the hill. It is actually in the NPC document as the way the building is laid out, or what you can see the building being laid out. I'm still making the rest of the map, guys. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I just note the god patterns. I'm just as you do as a guest, as guests always do. They just note how many gods there are and what they're doing. I feel like everyone does that, don't they?
Roll. I'm going to ask for a roll, but this is not a normal version of this roll, okay?
All right.
I want a practice paranoia, but it's not a practice paranoia roll.
Well, I mean, I'm always practicing my paranoia in case you.
But this is, I'm using this as a gauge for your understanding as a professional criminal, right?
23.
23. You're pretty sure, aside, casing the area gives you an understanding and all of these things, but you're kind of, I'm using this as your evaluation of this space as a criminal.
It's my analysis, yeah.
This is your analysis, basically. You're mildly impressed. It would take you a lot of effort to break into here. It could be done, but would probably leave a lot of evidence behind if you didn't leave behind, and you're not 100% sure that you could get out cleanly. And if you had to break into this place, you're not sure you would want to.
It doesn't look expensive. I mean, it looks like it's a border fort, right? Like,
no,
I'm not seeing...
no, that's the thing is, like, from the outside, it's a military fortress. Yeah. Inside, this is the seat of power of the ruler of northeastern Matina. He is numbered, there are only 3 the wardens of his rank who only answer directly to the king of Matina. He is not, the accents, you see a lot more military presence, but you also see, that there has the tapestries on the walls are real silk. The filigree and the candlesticks and the small other, ornaments that are around, that's not, a coating of gold on top of cast iron. That's cast in gold or cast in silver. Right? There's plenty of in here that it would make it worth your while, but at the same time you also realize these are not city guards. These are professional soldiers. They're not going to care. They will kill you. Yeah. They're not going to try and arrest anyone. Right? That level of difference between someone who is technically hired to keep the peace and someone who is like, "Oh, you're a threat to my charge." Die.
Yeah. how many servants, like what's our in and out? I'm also just thinking about the amount of guests coming in. I'm just sort of assessing, not that I'm here to steal things, but were I here to steal things, which I'm not, I always think, okay, how many people come in and out of this place? Like, are there people who people would not have known? Like, clearly there's a bunch of people who are guests, but I'm just kind of getting a sense of like the size of the staff.
I'll use this practice paranoia for that. With your information that you have, you're pretty sure that you could not hide as a servant or as a servant of the house or as a guard of the house.
Mm-hmm.
As the servants are, you see, as the servants are making, the servants that are in the livery of the von Welders, this amethyst and with silver detailing, with black etching, as you see them, they make eye contact with the guards. There's nods of recognition between them. Who is not recognized are very obviously come with the guests of the house, or come with the guests. So you know that you couldn't impersonate a guard of the house or a servant of the house. They're just too, and that goes back to what I said even earlier, is like, these are this is a standing army whose job it is to keep the area safe. But it
also implies that the servants have been here long enough and have a long enough relationship. There's not a lot of turnover, right? So that people know each other.
Yeah. What has, I mean, yes, you definitely see that. And you see a couple of them even engaging in small talk. So there's enough discussion across quote unquote social boundaries. That you're pretty sure that that's the stability of that kind of household.
That's good to know. And I think, just generally speaking, trying to get a sense of also the guests that are coming in, right? Just trying to get a sense, okay, like, what is our layout of this place? Like, that's the kind of the casing of the joint. Like, what do we like? Okay, guests from the second floor, probably the master bedrooms, all that on the fourth. What I think's on the third, like, just kind of getting a sense of the
household all have bedrooms on the fourth floor, but there's also a bunch of other rooms that you're pretty sure are like the offices or important rooms on the fourth floor. You're not shown that spaces.
Of course not. But I would assume that.
The third floor are you get the impression are of the highest ranking guests. And then the second floor are the guests of nobility who are still of high enough rank to remain within to lodge within the household of the host, but a step down. The first floor is all public spaces, and it's very obviously all public spaces. You have the throne room, and there's a ballroom where they point out that dinner will be held in the throne room, and you see again a small throne on a small pedestal, steps leading up to it. And again, for those of you looking at the map, other people looking at the map,
this is a bit of a question, but when we're getting the tour, I'm interested in whatever kind of history they tell us. When they're giving us the tour, I perhaps they'll tell us something about the long history of the family. I'm interested to see what kind of stories they tell when they're giving us a tour of this place. Like, what are the stories they want us to know about this place and also the family, if that makes any sense. Not because I'm interested in them, but I'm interested in what the stories they tell are.
They're great stories.
I just want to know who's in those stories and who's not in those stories.
The first thing that would become immediately obvious is that the stories very much focus on the family, and it's like the von Welders were gifted this territory like 4 or 5 generations ago for service of the Crown of Matina. They hold this pass, and they are trusted to protect, the border control here on the northeastern side of Matina. All of the family have been well respected. They're considered, warriors and, they've expanded out into trade with a little bit of horse breeding in the past couple generations, like in the last 3, and, some very fine wines in some of their lowland territories. You definitely get the impression that it's well established, well appreciated. A wider, what's them called? You diversified your portfolio. They diversify their portfolio in the last 3 generations, but they still maintain a military presence, and they're very much like the current count and his sons are all, ready to stand in defense of Matina at the call of the king. Count Gavril has served himself on the front lines in defense of the, of the realm, at least on 3 occasions. They're not English nobility of the 18th and 19th centuries.
Yeah, they're more like 9th century, Central European, like having a bit more work to do of a military style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And these aren't people, it's not like, and they're not. But at the same time, it's not like they're the only military they've experienced that they've had. They seem to be really well accepted in the area, believed into their, the people of the area believe in them as their security. They seem to take that responsibility very seriously.
Mm-hmm. And one other thing that I wanted during our travel, especially when we started getting more people up, is to overhear enough details about one of the guests so that I could see them at dinner and be like, oh, Marquis so-and-so, we have so that, because here's the thing, I anticipate that at some point in time, Brenda's going to be like, oh, I've met you before. And I do not want her to be the only person who has met me before. I want to be able to sort of find some other person that just through peeping my ears, right? Keeping my ears open, that I could say oh, you don't know me, but I know you're so-and-so, so-and-so, that I have enough information about them that I could believably pose as someone who met them at a party or met someone who met them at a party, so that it's not suspicious. I want other people that I can
okay.
Be acquainted with.
Go ahead and roll me awareness. We'll come back to that in a moment. Artso, what are you doing?
I'll take two of my luck.
You're going to take 2 of the
of my luck.
Of your luck, remembering,
Yes.
of course, that the wonderful people in chat have gifted you 3 points from
Yes, but
Halani.
other people might need it, so I will.
Yeah, I don't know what about that.
25. I basically want to scope out a mark well enough that I can be like, oh, don't you remember? We met once at Lady So-and-so's party some time ago, and then be like, oh, yeah.
Yes, no, you can do that. Hold on. Let me pull up a seating chart. Yes, there is a seating chart for this wedding.
Awareness 25.
It's not complete yet. You would hear, because it would make the most sense in this case, there is a, young, well, next to me, not young, it's an older noblewoman from, Rivia. Her name is, where is it? Why would I get rid of that when I just had it up? You know how when you close something when you don't actually have your
Names.
This is why I never close anything ever. This is why I have 80,000 windows with 80,000 tabs.
Jane
don't do
Doe.
that. No, her name is Geraldine, and she is lady from Rivia, and she is just known as Lady Geraldine, but she is of the certain. She is what we would call a grande dame. You know. In her late 40s, early 50s,
Ooh, a Pontiac.
60s. Yeah, exactly.
Early 60s.
Yeah, a Buick, not an Oldsmobile. And she, of that indeterminate age of anywhere between 45 and 65, right?
Yeah.
She, steel gray hair that she keeps that way, but she's probably been that way for years.
Yeah.
And she is, but she's known, is known to, had a family. When her husband died relatively young, she went into becoming a lady in waiting for the Queen of Rivia, and she's been kind of serving as, like, not quite an ambassador, but, like, for events like this, where it would be appropriate to send, acknowledgement to something, but you don't actually want to send an ambassador because that makes it too formal. So this is like a, you're gonna represent me and bring my present.
Yeah. And what I was hoping is that I could get, like, just like by listening to talk either from her, but sort of back enough, or other people around her, like the name of an event where I knew that she was at, but something that was large enough that I could have been there, where she might not have remembered me, or like, but like I'd be like, oh yes, we were both at the so-and-so, like that, one of those things where
there was another wedding, you can definitely you'll have that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Just one of those things, like a kind of like oh yes, I remember you. You were at the wedding of so and so. So it's yes, right, and like that sort of a thing. That's all.
Lady Geraldine of Rivia. I have to do this. Hold on.
And I'm gonna look at my map.
People I hadn't.
Oh, Geraldine. My character really likes older ladies. Or more likely, older ladies really like my character.
In my mind, it's just Henry Cavill with a mop on his head.
It's not Henry Cavill with a mop on his head. Trust me, it's not Henry Cavill with his mop on his head.
Doug Cockle with a mop on his head? Just...
No, because I've seen Doug Cockle with a mop on his head.
Yeah, no, the thing is, Dog would do it.
See, that's the thing. If you don't know, Doug Cockle is the voice of Geralt of Rivia, and if you have sometimes watched Simon's Witcher stream,
I was just throwing out ideas for Geraldine of Rivia. That's all.
It's less that, and where is?
I'll say maybe Bruges or Temeria, probably. And being an elf, I feel like Bruges or Verdun would probably be a good one. Both Bruges.
It's not Geralt of Rivia with a mop on his head. You want to know why? Because I hadn't originally planned this, but now it will, of course, be. There's only one option for who it could be. Place your bets, please.
Oh, I have so many bets, but I will say nothing because I do not want to get my hopes up.
I already said my bet. No, apparently it's wrong, so that's fine.
Like
$20 on Betty White.
No, it's got to be one of the three grand dames of that particular generation. So it's either Maggie Smith, Diana Rigg, Helen Mirren, or if we want to go to one generation older, then it would be Judi Dench. It's one of those four, is my guess.
The answer is it's the original Grand Dame, so of course it must be. Oh, here it is. This is the image I want.
What was the first name you said again, Trooper?
Maggie Smith.
Maggie Smith. Yeah, that's the one I had.
Yeah, Maggie Smith, Helen Mirren, Dinah Rigg were all the same generation at the RADA. They went to the Royal Shakespeare Company all around the same time period, but then Judi Dench was like one generation older than they were.
Yes, and she's technically with the same generation as
like Ian Richardson.
Vanessa Redgrave.
Yeah, that's
Not
right.
Vanessa
The Redgraves.
Is it Vanessa Redgrave or is her Vanessa Redgrave and then her daughter, the other daughter? I never remember the Redgraves. No, because there is only one person who I believe can be that level of. It of course must be our dear friend, Dame Judi Dench.
It's one of the dames.
There we go. I was like, I had to find the right picture because I had it saved and I couldn't find it for a second.
Yes.
So yes, you can definitely have all of that. Ardzo. My dear Ardzo. What are you up to?
Well, I suppose I'd be talking to Lorenz about plants since Brenna vamoosed.
That's one time for what's going on upstairs. You would spend some time talking with Lawrence about plants, but probably not more than 20 minutes before he's called upon to act as like host, and he hear the sound of the announcement that his father is returning, and then he's called upon to start introducing people. And he would say he would see you at dinner. There's about the dinner will be in about an hour. He'll see you then, but he has to go play host now.
So then I'm lost in this house that's not mine. So I'm not going to stay put. Let's find out what's in the basement, I guess, is the only logical choice.
Oh, I can tell you what's in the basement.
Let's go upstairs then.
Well, they're not in the basement. They're upstairs.
We're on the top floor.
Oh yeah,
fourth
so
floor.
I'll start. Like, I don't have an escort. I don't have a guest. I'm wandering around aimlessly, and what's this door? Where's this door go? Because I live in the woods.
You live in the woods. After about 5 minutes of this, you pull open the door, and a 25 to 30-year-old woman, hair kind of in a messy braid on the side, brown hair and she's smiling with a light face, and she's got flour like all over her, dress and apron. She just kind of looks at you.
When she looks at me like that, I reply, "Don't worry. I am supposed to be here."
No, I am sure. I'm pretty sure that you came with Lady Brenna, right?
Oh, yeah, we did walk into the house at the same time.
You met my sister, Lorena. I am Elsa.
Oh, pleasure to meet you, Elsa. And he'll extend his hand.
Mm-hmm. She would kind of like take that second of work where you clap your hands to get the flour off of them before she would reach out and shake your hand.
It's a forearm grasp, followed up with a clasp from the other hand.
She would kind of like, okay, this is okay.
Dwarves.
That's basically what she thinks.
Do you are you the bread maker?
I am the cook. I have taken over the cook job from my mother after she passed. My sister is a housekeeper, and I am in charge of the kitchens. You look thin.
Oh.
Have you eaten yet today?
Nope.
Okay, come along. And she just kind of guides you into the kitchen. Doesn't even wait.
That was very Italian of you. Just by the way, I just wanted to. That's super, 100%, and it's great.
You can't tell the way I talk. What gave it away?
All right, he's on board. He loves cooking, so I feel like this is going to be a fucking stellar conversation.
It is. She kind of sits you down at the end of this. It's a big, it's like kind of downstairs below what will be, the main hall. Large barrel arched ceilings that are covered in plaster. You can see the lines of smoke. The big fireplace at one end of the kitchen which is big enough to spit an entire bull upon. There isn't one currently spitting there. There's a bunch of smaller animals that are spitting on there. You have a bunch of lamb. It's mostly lamb at this point, like 3 or 4, perhaps even a couple more, who are spinning on the pit at the far side. And you can see like the smoke going up, and that it's very obvious, like, this is at the edge, and you see, if you remembered, you can think back to when you approached the building, there was this sheer wall that came out from below what you could see it when you reached the top of the hill. And so this is like, this fireplace is on the wall outside, while the main rest of this room is underground. This is against the wall that would be off the cliff, basically. And the fire and the smoke is going out from there, and there's, you know, things, you know, various ingredients hanging from the ceiling, you know, pots, pans, everything, and this long wooden scarred table that, you know, doubles as both a everything that she could possibly need. And she kind of sits you at a stool at one end, and within a couple moments, there's a bowl of a very hearty stew put in front of you, with some very fresh made bread. And it's not brown bread, it's white bread.
Excellent. The stew, he's going to lift up to his face and kind of like smell like you would a good red wine, and like move it around a little bit, agitate it, see what kind of scents come up from the stew, and see what he can discern about the stew before tasting it.
Garlic, rosemary, thyme.
What's the meat?
Red wine, probably perhaps some sort of beef, maybe even.
Okay, and is there like potatoes? Is it like a vegetable?
Potatoes, onions, carrots. Really, if you were perhaps to make this in our own time, you're looking probably a lot closer to a beef bourguignon than a beef stew.
Okay.
You can smell the wine and the garlic and the slow cooked.
He's going to first off state his appreciation and thanks. Thank you for your hospitality. This stew smells amazing. And he's going to dip I'm assuming a wooden spoon in, and then lift it up to his mouth and like slurp the broth, and then just like let the feeling of the broth like overcome him, and he's just going to like close his eyes and squint and look up to the ceiling and just make this like it just cured his soul of any of its trauma.
She'll just kind of look and go, that was my mother's recipe. You appreciate it the right way.
And then he starts
that approving look kind of given to you?
The pace at which he starts slow and he tries to control himself. But then that subsides, and he starts to like go faster and faster, and just like he has to get all of the good tasting shit, and he becomes a child, and he needs all of the stew in his mouth at one moment until the very end when there's just the broth, and he just drinks the broth and sits down there, and it's like he visibly looks like he needs a cigarette afterwards. And he's just looking around the room like, oh, man. Oh, that was amazing. I don't even want the recipe. That was an experience that I think I will keep in a special part of my mind for the rest of my life, hoping to never replicate it.
Well, I am glad for the compliments. You should definitely come to more. But you've not had the main meal yet. You will be very surprised when we get to full dinner.
Is that supposed to be better than this?
That's the servant's meal. She kind of smirks.
Well, I quit. I'll be leaving. Thank you. And
what?
then
You're not going to stay for my full lamb? Can't you smell it roasting over there?
I mean, a little. I was a little sidetracked. I would love to take part in the process, but I can see that you are a master and I am the student.
But you'll be here for a few days, and then we could have a couple more meetings, perhaps.
Hopefully more than a couple.
Here. And she kind of places a glass in front of you, and then another roll kind of emerges as she kind of wanders a little bit. Not too far that she can't be called back, but she wanders over to finish getting dinner. Because, as she says, well, don't eat well, be prepared, because dinner is in... And she kind of glances around. Oof, I got about 25 minutes.
Oh, well, can I help out in any way? Are you behind schedule? Do you need extra hints?
You're a guest. I can't make you work yet.
Oh, you can't make me, but if I volunteer, I suppose that is off the table.
We shall see. Wait until tomorrow when I don't have to worry about who's going to be walking in and out.
Understood. But then I will take this glass. Would you like me to finish it here, or can I bring it up to the house?
You could bring it to the house if that is your choice. They're not that bad. I'll make sure I'll give you a special portion when we start plating.
And what, if I may ask, is your name?
Elsa. I am Elsa.
You had said that. I had. That's how good the stew was. It wiped my memory clean, Elsa. I am Artzel. I am a healer, and I am a doctor. If you need my services at all.
A healer? That is very important.
Why is that? Is somebody sick?
No, but that you are a very important person.
Important is subjective, I have found. My role is to heal. Not to make big decisions, not to disrupt the economy, but to do what I can for the people that need help. So, I suppose as important as the blacksmith.
Yes. She kind of smirks at that and gives you like a little bit of pat.
Well, I will leave you to your work. I will be around here if you need a hand. Just yell Artzel really loud. I will probably hear it.
All right.
Thank you for the experience. And then he takes the glass.
I look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and then we will have more fun. You seem a man who appreciates good food. We shall play tomorrow.
That we shall. And then he salutes with the glass, and then gets up from his seat. Makes sure to make a futile attempt to take the bowl somewhere where he would clean it himself, knowing that that's probably not going to happen. And then whatever happens with that, exit.
Yep, that works. That works indeed. So you make your way upstairs. The rest of you have been introduced and presented to dinner. I am going to put you all on the dinner map, which is not fancy because the real dinner map is coming. So I'm going to do a couple things. Number one, this is Gavril, seated here in the center of the head table. Next to him on the next one is this is Lawrence. This is Brenna. That is Filiberta. well, that's the seat left open for Filiberta. She's not currently sitting there. And then there's a couple other seats at the end of the table. There's no one currently sitting in them, but they're left open. Yanto, where are you sitting at this? There isn't a lot of...
Is their table raised, by the way?
Yes, their table is slightly raised. Only about 2 steps, just enough to make it obvious.
I mean, I would sit where I was seated.
Ardzo, you would have been seated... By the way, I'm going to make Ardzo also red. Ardzo, you would have been seated... that's not what I want. I need this button. And I need that button. Ardzo, you would have been seated here. Eleanor is the purple, by the way.
Ah, love it.
Wait, we're at the head table?
Yeah,
Eleanor?
you're with the...
Yeah.
You're
no,
with
you're not at the head
you're with
table.
Brenna.
He's here. Ardzo's here.
Ah.
Ardzo is at the next highest table. There's 2 empty seats here. I should get rid of this because this is... Eleanor's at the head table, but she's not quite sitting quite close to everyone. She's kind of seated at the end because she is both guest and will be a performer later on. So she's kind of seated at the end of the table so that she can get
Makes
up quickly
sense.
and move.
Yeah,
you
easy
know?
to... Yeah.
I'm going to use bright blue for Yanto. You would have been seated. You and Cream are the blue and been seated down here.
Thank you. Viviana.
Yes, Viviana.
Viviana.
Where's Lady
Viviana
Geraldine?
and Lady Geraldine.
This is what I care about.
Lady Geraldine is also seated at your table, across from...
I'm surprised she's not sitting at the head table.
Well, actually, she's not seated at your table. She's seated here, at one table up. Close to the head table, but not quite, because this isn't the wedding. This is just so, you know.
Yes. It's a little more casual. A little bit.
A little bit. Dinner is served. Elsa makes a very, very fine dinner. It's roast lamb, slowly basted in its own juices and red wine. Platters of a root vegetable gratin, which is really, really good if it works really well. Turnips, parsnips, carrots, and potatoes, sliced very thinly, mixed with a cheese sauce and then baked. There is no mint sauce with this lamb. Instead, it's kind of been stuffed with rosemary and oregano and tarragon and thyme. With this, there's a what we could call a bordelaise served with the lamb. The potatoes themselves roasted, pan roasted. And just as people are beginning to sit down to dinner, there is and Simeon, who's been, who acts as the majordomo, steward, possibly a control on Eleanor, maybe, but not really. Makes and, taps his staff right at the side door here.
Before this is happening, as we're all sort of gathering, can I make a human perception and social etiquette on the room to get
the vibe? You do a vibe check?
Yeah, I want a vibe check. I'd like to make some vibe check rolls.
Vibe check the room, please.
Yeah, awareness, social etiquette, and human perception is what I'm looking for. Mm-hmm. I want to get people's relationships with each other. I want to get who's going to get drunk at the after party. I want to know who is 21 for awareness.
You are doing pretty good.
Social etiquette is 17, and this is to sort of check people's social etiquette, especially Filiberta's as well.
Filiberta isn't there. Her seat is left.
She's not here.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
And then 24 for human perception. I'm just looking at the politics of the seating. I'm looking at everybody's vibe. This is like a multi-layered vibe check.
It's combining those together. What you see is thanks, Billy. combining those together, you get a really kind of really positive vibe. It's very obvious this is a dinner before the main event, but it's like everyone, this is a showing up kind of dinner. So like today, where we might only have to worry about the rehearsal dinner, you know, the night before, the night of, and maybe breakfast the following morning if you're really, really fancy as all shit. This is a hosting event for everyone who's slowly showing up. So not all of the guests that will be at this wedding are here yet, but
Philip
everyone
Birch is not.
Nope. Yeah, but that's not.
She's the lady of the house? Is that weird in terms of etiquette?
Yes and no. It was announced that she was visiting with the bride's family, so it could just be you know, she was bogged
Who aren't
down
here. Weird.
well, no, that's actually not uncommon, perhaps. They might have, you know, there are certain traditions where the bride may not stay under the groom's household until the wedding itself, depending on how they're choosing to do the marriage. And those are things that might be, that's a little more of a Toussaint thing, where she would not stay under the groom's house, as you know, in this lead up to the wedding.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there are certain traditions where if they ended up in bed together, you know, that could complicate things. And so even if they do have chaperones, so having the bride, you know, in Toussaint, you know that it's not uncommon for the bride not to rest under the groom's house until the day of the wedding. And therefore Philiberta not being here when it's been said that she's attending to the bride's family, a little odd that she couldn't get back in time for dinner. That might mean that there's a social complication that they're trying, you know, like the place cards are the wrong ones in somebody's name, you know, there's a minor wedding panic that they have to deal with. So it's not unseemly, but it definitely gives the impression that she's busy with something else. But at the same time, Gavril's attention and treatment of this beautiful woman on his right, in this, with an eye patch and a Witcher medallion over this beautifully tight-fitting purple dress that's tight-fitted at the bodice, and just this hint of demure, but this still, like, damn, you're hot kind of level, kind of gives the impression that he isn't upset that his wife isn't here, and none of the regular staff seems to think this is weird.
What about the peanut gallery? Like, I want to know how people in the
How about the peanut gallery?
Like
folks?
the people who are here from Matina, or really, really close from Toussaint, maybe not Belhaven or Beauclair, but like right over the border, are acting like this is normal.
Okay.
Like the people who are here regularly are like, you can kind of hear a couple, oh, Lady Brenna's back. Oh, listen. You get the impression that that's the vibe that's going on.
And then also just little things like which couples might be on the verge of a breakup, from the tenseness at the dinner, who's the drunk uncle. I want to get the sense of, like, just a general sense of all those people, all those things.
You kind of get a general sense of all of those things, and you're vibing on the room when Simeon, and it's, the appetizers have been done, but the main service has just been presented, so it hasn't really actually begun yet. And like, the presentation has happened, but none of the plate, you know, the lamb itself hasn't been carved yet. And so, you know, it's like the presentation for the Lord, and then they're going to take one, and there's like a lamb for each of the 6 tables that are below the head table kind of thing. Like a full lamb, not just... And there's this beat as Simeon knocks in on the ground and makes a loud announcement. And I need one thing. I and it's everyone, it's like this moment of hush as the sound kind of comes down, and there's a look back as two figures are standing in the doorway. Simon, would you like to describe who you, as the announcement goes out that Cadarn of Adarn, which is a great alliteration rhyme right there, is announced. What do we see, Cadarn? Whom do we see?
Whomst.
And then I'll describe your companion.
So walking in the room is a taller than average, but not by much, man with light brown hair and a very thick goatee. He's got multiple piercings over one of his brow and both of his ears, dressed in a reddish riding tunic. Because this is not the wedding, right? This is the other outfit I mentioned. Yeah. Reddish riding tunic, black pants, lace on the outside, wide black fencing gloves, no weapons whatsoever. He has a small pouch by his belt, but that's about it. A bit of a receding hairline, and otherwise looks and smiles at everyone as he enters, like everyone was waiting for him. If you need an image, I posted sort of a face claim / how I'm dressed in the chat.
Too hot. Too hot. Excessive.
Oh, that's great.
Redo.
And
Nice.
then Simeon taps his staff again, and the figure who is standing slightly back to let Cadarn enter comes in, is still kind of slightly backlit. His hair has been trimmed and curled, and Simeon announces, Lord Javik Pyotr, mage and heir of Redania.
Brenda didn't say anything. That's all I'd like to say.
As a player, I knew it. That's all I'm going to say. As a player, I knew it. That's all.
Well, Brenda didn't say anything verbally. Or after leaving.
And he turns to Cadarn, and the two of them are...
Oh, I extend my arm.
And he will reach in
Javik.
through like he is letting you escort him.
Yeah.
And the two of you are escorted to the head table. Because
No.
currently he
There are two
is of the
seats.
highest rank in other highest rank. Javik is the highest ranked in this room. Aside from Gavril.
Yeah.
Well, technically, because technically Gavril is his own lord and Javik is only the heir.
He's not the first heir. He's like...
Yeah, but his brother only has one son at the moment, and he's
Yeah.
of old enough to be considered in the line of succession.
Yeah.
Fun.
And of course, there is a curt bow from Cadarn as he passes each table, just politely nodding. And then you said the bride-to-be wasn't there, but is the groom-to-be there?
Yes, the
He's sitting
groom-to-be
next to me.
is sitting right
Oh,
here.
oh, it's him.
Uh-huh.
And so
Florian.
you are seated. Javik, I'm going to use bright green because it's easy. Oh, what did that do? Why did that
Oh.
do that?
Oh, because you had that one selected.
Oh, that's why I did that. Okay. So the bright green is going to be Javik.
Love
Here, seated next to the groom.
it. Mm-hmm.
And then
So
next,
just one person away from me. I love this. This is gonna be great.
And then Kadern is seated next to Eleanor.
And yeah, Kadern would approach Florian and just bow with a small flourish. I hear congratulations are in order.
Thank you, my lord.
I'm sorry. I have to just break in for one moment. I just need to make a human perception check. I'm sure you don't mind.
Yeah.
As they're walking, I just need to make a human perception check on those two people. Just
Can I see how if Javik? I want to see Javik too. Like if he looks like he recognizes me, or if he's trying to play it cool.
Oh no,
Like,
that's not what I'm
hey,
looking
Brenda.
for.
Well, that's what I'm looking for. I want to see if I can be like, "Sup, bro."
Yeah, no, I'm not looking to see if he recognizes you. I'm looking for something else.
I'm
For
sure
no-
you are.
25. I'm just trying to get a vibe check between these two people. For example, have they been having sex with each other? That's really what I want to know. I'm just
Everybody
wanting.
needs a rebound. That's all I'm saying.
Look, for no particular reason, I'm just curious how intimate their space is. That's
Do you have
that's
to roll
all.
an awareness or a human perception to see how happy my brother is to see me? Where
you
I'm
can.
sitting.
You
Okay.
can roll human perception right where you're,
Oh, okay. Cool. So good at this. Oh no.
Oh,
That's zero.
oh, I feel like the siblings. I think I just got that one.
That's true.
Oh.
Because I suck at empathy. And I will say that the person I'm sitting next to, Gavril, is really distracting. He's just.
I'm going to let Kadern describe what you perceive, Yanto.
Ooh.
Yeah, because you rolled freaking high.
I want to know what the vibe is between these two people. That's what I want to know.
What's the vibe?
There is a definite chemistry
Mm-hmm.
between the two of them.
I see. Interesting.
There is a how can I put that? A
Do they
sort
stand
of
too
a-
close to each other?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But also, do I use the party luck on my roll? No.
You do it. You're in the party. You remember the party? You can use
Yeah,
it.
no.
I'm here for you.
But if you wanna ask if they booked, as Kadern walks past your table, he would just, do the little bow, and then just have like a shit-eating grin in his face and wink.
None of that makes me happy because I'm in disguise, so I don't like that at all. Don't like it at all.
Ooh, pause. Yeah, that's true. You're in disguise.
I
GM,
am.
I need to
But-
type something. I forgot for a moment. I'm sorry.
But the thing is, the fact that I'm not in disguise may not make a difference because of mage situations, and so yes.
The answer is, I can tell you right now, it doesn't make a difference because of mage situations.
That's what I figured. Yep.
Because
Which
a
would be-
certain
okay.
mage is sharing information.
Yeah. Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, good. I didn't want to meta. My bad.
Oh no! Because mages are mages. They've got stuff going on.
But yes, he would have been a
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
a little yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I am just going to kiss my betrothed's hand and not really pay attention to what is happening externally. Internally,
Okay, that I feel needs to call for a deceit roll,
of course.
and it's going to be a high DV because Javik just showed up,
Mm-hmm.
and you're trying to hide this from Javik, so there's that.
Oh, of course I am. And I will use all 5 of my luck points that I have left. Because
Woo!
lying is really important to me.
I also did the same thing, by the way.
31.
Yep.
I'm here to keep my cool.
Everyone around you who is not a mage firmly believes you and you kept all of your cool.
I don't even acknowledge that I know these people at all. Like, I don't even know who they are.
Don't even acknowledge who they are. This is true.
Don't even know them.
I haven't noticed my brother's here yet, because he's in disguise and I'm distracted. So I'm just happy to see my other brother.
Yes, your other brother is here, and this real hot guy is on his arms.
I just figure it's rebound. I've heard about stories about this. I've heard about these things. Alienor has suggested it many times.
She has.
Yeah, I figured she has. So, yeah.
She technically suggested it last week.
She did. Not
I
to me.
suggested just like last week as well, but you know.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Brenna seems real chill, happy right now.
And yeah, he would blow a kiss to Eleanor before.
She would kind of smile a little bit, and like that level of, and roll her eyes and just smile and nod.
She knows this is her brother's here too now, because I told her everything. Well, almost everything. I didn't tell her about Ianto, but I told her about Javik.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Dinner is a very pleasant affair. Gavril is very attentive to you, Brenna.
I'm sure he is.
Human perception on Cadarn. I want to know who this person is. For no reason. I'm just interested.
Seeing as how we're seated.
Okay.
Also, well, he rolls that. Seeing as how we're seated one person away, does Javik greet Brenna by any chance? Like, oh, hey, sis, sup? But like in noble terms?
Yeah. Going with that previous roll, by the way, for Yanto, for Cadarn,
I just want to get his vibe.
No, I mean if he does
And also
another
look at his-
human perception.
Look at his like I want to see what his pecs are like. I want to look at his vibe. Like I want to get a sense, you know, of like
okay,
on the hot
what are his
scale.
pecs like? Let me put it
Yeah.
this way.
Yeah.
This is Cadarn. The abs give advantage.
I see.
So
I see.
with a 19, you would know that he has a 10 in body,
He's a 10 in
Nice.
body, right? Mhm.
a +8 in seduction,
I
I
see.
bet his endurance is
I see.
awesome too.
Mhm.
with a 9 in empathy. I actually preemptively rolled my seduction before this game, just because.
So like he's hot and he's seductive.
28.
I see.
28.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and he is actively just like winking and pointing at people in the
And
room.
being hot.
Like,
And
he knows.
Yeah.
and Javik is leaning into him and
I know. I
is
see.
kind of like
No, it's cool. I'm
is that
like
level of
I'm the
intimacy you
arm
haven't
candy.
seen with him do with other people.
no, that's cool. I'm not even bothered by that. I just wanted to check out whether or not this guy was like hot and seductive, and it turns out he is. That's cool. I don't care.
No, the goal was that you have to be hot and bothered by me. That's the whole point.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I'm not even hot or bothered. I just noticed that you're hot and you're bothering me. What I mean to say is, I know that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I just know the hot guy. Does he have good manners?
Yeah. He's very it looks really good. And he's
His
and
clothing is
Javik
nice? I see.
He dresses nice. But it's not anything that you could how can I
if I
color
can
coordinates well.
Does he seem like a noble? Because he was announced. I want to know. I want to know what kind of level of fanciness this person is.
He was
since
announced
he was
as a
announced.
noble.
I see. Interesting. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I don't care.
I would also like to point out that he
Was I
I'm going-
announced with my noble title?
yes,
The one
Lord
in my
Cadarn of
reputation? Oh no! I mean the
Yes,
reputation at
that's
+5
where
that
you
I
were
have.
announced.
No! I mean the +5 that I have on my sheet for the well endowed.
Yeah, I can't give you that one. That just exists.
Oh, I see. No, that's fine. I'm not even bothered. So noble, hot guy, it's cool. I have some food in front of my table, and I'm going to be eating it. It's cool.
I got a snack.
You apparently have a snack on your table as well, but I'm not even.
The
Technically,
fuck
there's
is
multiple
why the
snacks.
fuck is everyone so horny right now? I need you to tone it the fuck down,
Because
okay?
it's been 9 months since Brenna's
have
seen her
kids.
boyfriend.
We have kids watching.
Do
No, we
we,
don't.
Millie? We don't.
No,
We have
There
families.
shouldn't be.
we have no families.
This is playing in churches, okay? So let's tone it down a little.
Well,
I'm
if
just
it's
gonna-
playing there, then that sounds like the kind of place we should hang out
Yeah,
at.
yeah.
When Arto eats the stew and gets a raging huge mega boner. That's a joke. Rewind. I'm just gonna undo everything I just said. After you.
Javik is very personable and is talking with both Florian and Brenna, and then lean over a couple to Gavril.
Yeah, but
Filiberta
like,
comes
it's
in.
nice to see you again. Oh, she comes in. Bitch.
Comes in at the end of dinner.
I let Viviana know. I let her know, my betrothed, that those two people know who I am. We can talk about it later.
Cool. She has this moment, and only you see it because she's on it. This barest moment of, really didn't know that. Okay, we can adjust. We can adjust.
But I was like, they may not say anything though, but just so you know. We'll have to play it by ear.
Filiberta comes in from the back way, like coming in like she would from the kitchens, from behind the head table, and kind of just comes in and just like leans over and whispers in Gavril's ear. Brenna, you can hear because a witcher.
Because
and
I'm a
B, you're
witcher.
right
What's
there.
she saying? I'm sorry.
Wow, give me 2 seconds to say. Oh.
The audacity of this woman. It's like
Audacity.
And she
of that
goes,
man.
I apologize. She basically says, I'm so sorry. There was a minor frustration with the dress. Apparently the lace was the wrong color. We managed to fix it. It was, and she just kind of sits. And there's a moment of like, Gavril's like, I don't care. I really like.
stone cold witcher face activate.
And then he turns and he just does kind of leans, and he's leaning towards you, Brenna. And he goes, Filiberta. I should introduce you to my little cat, Brenna. Brenna. This is my third wife. Filiberta.
How's Filiberta looking?
You can roll me human perception.
Well, you saw for my luck that I got left on this.
I would also like to remind
And-
you have 3 luck from the
Yeah.
kindness of chat.
Yeah, and I'm gonna use one of those kindness of chat lucks, if everyone's cool with that.
Yeah. I'm gonna human perception this new woman because I'm curious about her anyway, because she's, one of our targets.
Okay, so go ahead.
Oh! I rolled the highest human perception I may have rolled so far in the game. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Beat you by 1.
Yeah, well, you also have like a bajillion more empathy.
I know.
All right, Yanto, I got you on that one.
Thank you.
She just kind of smiles, nods, almost like she expected this introduction.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't seem threatened or offended or angered. But she's not... Brenna, she doesn't feel like Zdenka. Like,
Yeah.
this is a person you could make a friend with, but she also doesn't feel threatened or bothered by your existence.
She's gonna feel threatened or bothered by my existence by the time I'm done. Anyways, yeah, she'll just Give like a nod. I guess that's all that's needed here.
How's her manners? That's what I want to know.
Well, she is full. She acts like a fine lady of the house, well mannered. There's a slight hint of
How dare she?
Toussaint social norms in the way she kind of the way she acts, just barely. You know, the little greetings that she does. She kind of has leaned over a couple times to Lorenz and is like, you know, thank you for taking, thank you for taking care of the greeting of the guests. It was such a... And she kind of leans over and pats his hand.
Lawrence's hand or Gavril's?
Lawrence's hand as she does so. She's thanking him for greeting the guests.
Interesting.
Yeah, don't touch my boy. Don't.
And...
Not, but yes.
Sexual tension? Between those two? All right. Just want to make sure we're not in a little night music, weekend in the country situation. I want to know how much sound we've got going on at this wedding. I just need to know.
Rest now, my friend.
Turns out the meat pies.
Brenna.
Yeah.
I need you to roll an awareness.
I would be happy to roll that awareness.
Because that's going to make an answer of whether you can roll something. Okay. Can you roll me Witcher training?
Oh, I was gonna ask if it was Witcher training.
Because you've noticed the barest hint of increase in vibration of your medallion.
Yeah. Can I use another point of that community lock?
Do it. Cool. Use them both.
Use them both?
Use them both.
Yeah?
Use them both. Yeah.
Okay, let's figure out what this.
I'm here for you.
All right, so then we're down to 0 community luck.
Okay, 27.
27.
Yeah.
All right.
Warning.
All right, so 27 on that Witcher training. I need to wait and see if something else happens.
Oh.
What kind of laugh is that, Prax? You're scaring the shit out of me.
I know.
You say that. You notice a barest hint of magic when she pats Lawrence on the hand.
Don't like it.
Like there was nothing, and then whoop, like a little flare, and then oh, like she cast magic. That's great. Good to know. Noting that. Someone's gonna be hearing about that later. It's definitely Eleanor.
I think maybe it should be a whole lot of people.
Yeah, but not right now. Makes notes.
That would be
Narrows eyes, slightly sips wine.
Possible option that you could do.
Or it's Javik, but I don't think that was Javik. That's all I'm gonna say. I'll ask him, hey, did you cast magic at dinner earlier? Oh, that's funny, because someone else did. It's fine. I'll talk with my brother
Javik is
later.
currently engaged talking with Florian. Oh, Simon, I need a stealth check for that.
Are there whispers going on?
I'm not looking, so I wouldn't know what's going on over there with Javik and a hot guy from Kadarin, because I wouldn't know about it. I wouldn't know about that because
I'm at a table full of people I don't know.
Yeah, but I peep where Yanto is, where Ardzo is, and where Brenna is. I just know where they are.
If anyone with Brenna, I'll use your earlier roll. Javik isn't caring. Cool. That answers that one, and just for fun for her.
I feel like I need cake. The fact that I don't have cake in my life right now, I think is really difficult.
There's this moment of where Eleanor just kind of makes eye contact with Lady Geraldine, and there's this there's this moment where they both kind of look across from each other and they just kind of laugh for almost no reason, as if they're old friends. And then the Brenna,
Yes.
you notice that Cadarn was staring at Filiberta, and go ahead and make your roll, Simon.
I really shouldn't have wasted all my points earlier just to one trooper.
No, that was the best.
Was
That
the
was-
best.
Actually, literally the best.
Yes,
Mhm.
but I might put myself into a lot of trouble, but that would be very much Kader.
Hey, if I save you, then I look pretty awesome, don't I? Yeah, hot guy. Just saying it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
hot
don't
guy.
think that's
I'm gonna use hot guy as an insult, even though it's totally not. But it's
Yeah,
You're-
hot
you're-
guy.
Brenna, you notice that Cadarn was staring at Filiberta, and you notice his hand is under the table. And then you feel briefly like this.
A second wave of.
No, something like
Okay.
like when your ears pop because of pressure being dissipated, and you can glance back, and you still see Filiberta leaning towards Lawrence. And you just see Lawrence kind of lean back and just reaches his hand up to his head and shakes a moment as he not pulls his hand away from hers and very politely bows to her, as seems, but there's this like moment, and then he kind of comes over and would like stand up and kind of come around, and you hear as he tells his father, "It's like, I apologize, my head was bothering me."
Does it look like maybe he resisted or came out of a charm? Perhaps? Some charm magic?
Perhaps you could roll me Witcher training.
I would love to do so. 21.
nice.
It's like he had some help getting out of that charm.
Oh, interesting.
Hmm.
I want to look over Kadan and give a little smile.
Could have been Jopic.
It could have been Javik, but I saw Kadir moving his hand under the table and staring at Filiberta.
Okay,
So
that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
I just I imagine that Brenna's like leaning over the table so we can see
Well,
each other.
Yeah, it's like there's the two people who are between you are Florian and Javik, and they've kind of
Javik.
leaned back.
leaned back.
to-
So I imagine we don't have to lean very far. It's more like if we look to converse, I can just shift the eyes a bit and like a slight raised corner on the inside, not the side facing everyone else, but like on the inside, and then just a little, just a
I'll
slight,
just
the barest
reply.
nod.
All right, I'll reply with a "Sup, girl."
Look at the corner.
Oh, I have to hold on a sec. Hold on, I
Too
have to
hot.
do this. I have to do this
What's up, hot
because
guy?
of who this
Oh, no.
is.
Gavril.
I'm just gonna say,
Cool.
Ooh, it's
So, as you
Where's
do that,
Javik?
there's
Gavril
a
or Javik,
hand
one of
that
the
comes
two.
around your shoulder, Brenna, and Gavril kind of leans
She'll
over,
lean
like,
into it a bit, lean back into it, like, yeah, this is my dude.
yeah. There's
'cause-
this
Because
head
when
that
you did
comes
the sup,
over.
like right back down, like that's not what I was. Okay.
just gonna say, hot guy's my
Is-
new insult.
Wait, is Gavril now looking at me?
Yes, Gavril is now looking at you.
Sup, guy?
He raises an eyebrow and just kind of tightens his hand on Brenna's shoulder just a little bit, and then
Okay.
smirks at you. As if,
Was
okay.
it was Gavril that got touched by Philip?
It was Lawrence, the
no,
son.
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
His,
Oh, okay.
Lawrence.
Okay. Thank you.
Lawrence over here.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got, when you did something, he got up and pulled himself away and then,
Mhm.
pulled back.
Okay, sorry. I had Florian in mind. That's why.
No, Florian and Javik are between you and Brenna, and they've kind of leaned back and are having a very exciting conversation. You can hear them discussing mushrooms. Because Florian's being a little nerd, because Javik is willing to talk about sciencey, magic-y stuff.
Mm-hmm. I've heard Arthur talk about mushrooms a lot. I might interject with the mushroom thing that I learned from Artzo.
You can. Lawrence has left the room.
Yeah, that's. I wanted to watch him as he's walking out, like where he's going, what his vibe is. I'm basically information.
Escape while you can, Lawrence.
Basically,
You don't even need a human perception for this. It's like he's playing the perfect host and not showing any weakness, but you can also just see where he kind of rubbed his head for a moment and swallowed. It looked like he was like unwell, and you know, he had pulled himself away because he was unwell, but he's still like maintaining a can't get sick in front of company kind of thing.
Basically, this is my information gathering dinner. I'm like, anybody does anything weird, I want to like check him out as I eat. And
I will hold that. This you are informational gathering.
Yes.
Artzo.
Mm-hmm.
Can you roll me an awareness, please?
Sure can.
Ooh.
28.
Nice.
8.
Dinner is fabulous. Elsa is a brilliant cook, you know this. You can identify every single herb she's, you know, it's the old school way of making roast lamb where you cut it open and then you stuff it with the herbs on the inside so that it will slowly roast in its own juices, and that'll pull the herbs into the meat, which is really the best way to cook a lamb. Just for reasons that you might want to know about. But there's a scent that you're picking up. Just the barest hint of one. It's coming from, like, the candles in the chandelier above you.
What does it smell like?
It's a fucking lilac.
It's totally.
Well, there's lilac, but it's also this hint of citrus and honeysuckle. And the barest note of hellebore.
No. Stir.
Does it ruin the taste of the food?
No. They're far enough away that it's not horrible, and it's not... But you can definitely be like, this would be a lot better. It doesn't ruin it, but it's like, you have to get the meat here to your face instead of being like a plate away when you think it should be able to be appreciated.
Are the windows closed or open?
They're well, again, this is
like arrow slits.
They're arrow slits.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to be, from your perception, closed.
He's going to
big, you know, cast iron round chandeliers that, you know, if one expected Aeroflin to attend, there might possibly be swinging from, and possibly a shadow fight against a stone staircase wall with Basil Rathbone.
Ooh, is Basil Rathbone here? Mm-hmm. Nice.
No, he's not.
Oh.
So he's going to enjoy the food, and then, you know, the taint of the candles on the beautiful flavor of the lamb is gonna start wearing on him after a while all this other drama's going on that he has no idea about. So he, after a bottle of wine and a glass in, is bold. He doesn't want to compromise this experience, especially with Elsa's masterful craft. So he's just going to go to the nearest couple of arrow slits and open them. Get some airflow in here.
I note this.
Yep. You do. You do indeed note this. You get up and walk over to the arrow slits. I feel...
And I sit down and I continue eating. And if somebody wants to talk to me about what I did, they can. But I'm gonna continue enjoying this beautiful, masterful feast.
I'm going to use this awareness, this wonderful critical awareness that you rolled, because it's useful. When you stand at this window, these arrow slits, and you crack open the actual leaded glass of these windows, they're actual windows. That tells you how this is a fortress, but the money involved, that there are people with serious money here.
Mm-hmm.
Their arrow slits have glass windows.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
You push it open and the moon is waning. You can see it out. There's not a cloud in the sky. The fields roll down from the perspective here. The main banquet hall overlooks the internal stepped land within the fortress, not the internal courtyard within the keep, but the other green space within the boundaries of the main wall. You see one of these trees that's just starting to bud. You think it might be... You're not quite sure what it is. It's some type of deciduous tree. You can just see it just down in the waning moonlight. The tree itself is full of birds.
What kind of birds?
Ravens, starlings. A large number of them. On every branch of this tree.
Does
Large,
my nature dwarf experience lend me to understand what this is?
You can roll me wilderness survival.
24.
I don't like it.
Cabin in the woods, ooh.
You think it's a little weird for this many prey birds to be this close to a keep of this size, particularly when you know that there's a falconer in the building? It doesn't seem quite natural. And as you turn back to go back to enjoying your very fine lamb dinner, you just hear that sound that mockingjays make. That's not quite laughter. And that's where we're going to end for tonight. How we doing?
Omen is 4 letters, right? O-M-E-N. Omen.
Yes.
When I was a child, my mom took me to see the Omen. That's all I'm saying right now. That's all I'm saying. Just feel
When
like
I
need to say
was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band.
that.
He said, "Son, when you grow up, will you be the savior of the fallen,
Hmm.
the beaten and the brave?"
Hmm.
Shit, I forgot the
I mean, that was good. I'd have bought it.
Yeah.
I just know there's a lot of capital letters in my handwritten notes. That's all.
Yeah, this is danger zone. We're all gonna die.
I don't know what I stepped into, and all I did was dispel a spell.
Well,
And you did a great job. I can't
I know.
wait
It's
to talk
just-
with you.
You're all freaking out, and I'm freaking out because I don't know why or if I should be freaking out.
I feel like the
freakouts are
next episode
contagious.
we're gonna face an amalgam raven golem.
Or emotional blackmail. Which one is worse is really
Or
unclear.
both.
Or
Why not both?
Like, I mean, I just feel like.
I just know that Brenna's gonna want to talk to her brother.
Which
Javik.
one?
I think we have to wait till next week to find out.
Okay.
Maybe both. Who knows? We'll see how she's feeling. This Kadarin guy seems nice.
Whatever, hot guy.
Getting a lot of
She's got a lot to
Gaston
talk
vibes.
Whatever, sexy guy. Whatever,
Do
sexy
you
guy.
use Darren? Do you use antlers in all of your decorating? Are you especially good at expectorating? When you were a lad, did you eat 4 dozen eggs every morning to help you get large? And now you're a man, you eat 5 dozen eggs, so you're roughly the size of a barge.
Yeah.
What?
There,
The better the
Coldrake,
bets.
there is no Yanto Kadern jealousy. I mean, I don't know why you would
Sure.
even say that, because there is no way that Yanto is jealous right now, because I've got things to do. You know, like I am busy with other things right now that don't have anything to do with hot guy, just hot guy all in the space.
Hey, Trooper.
Yeah.
I feel like I should point out, what is Yanto actually thinking? Because someone in this built room has active telepathy as they entered.
I don't know who those people would be though. That's weird.
But like, what were you thinking?
Like what? Who? When? You know,
Yeah.
there are a lot of thoughts. People have a
Yanto,
lot of thoughts.
Then.
Oh, then.
Yato,
Yeah.
when Javik walked in
Yeah.
on Kadarin's arm, what was Yanto feeling in that moment?
Thinking.
Well, he was thinking, fuck. That was the first thing. There was a little bit of panic. That was the first one. But then it was like, okay, who is this guy? How close are they?
And then you realize that they are very, very intimately related. They have known each other, and you might even say, biblically.
And then it's like figuring out how close are they. And then when he gives me that wink, it's, damn it, they both know who I am. My disguise didn't work. I have to tell Viviana immediately. I've got to let her know that my cover's blown. He may not say anything. He might not. What is he doing here? Well, they're nobles, so they might be invited. Maybe he won't give me away. That was really fast. Maybe they've known each other before. Who is this guy actually a noble? He is. Oh, he's a noble. Of course he's a noble. Of course he's a noble. Right? Because, right? I mean, he's got nobility, things that I don't have. Of course he does. Of course he does. He's a better match anyway. It's fine. It's fine. If he's a better match, he's a better match. But we're not here for that. We're not here for that. We're not here for that. I've got a job to do. I'm at work. I cannot think about this. Why is he leaning into him like that? No, work. Okay. Oh, she's here. Who is this woman? Is she a fake?
And at that point, well, by that point, Javik is now seated at the table and has turned off the active passive telepathy, which is a great spell in this system. By the way, if you don't know, we're playing The Witcher
Yes.
TTRPG from our dear friends at Artalsorian, # not sponsored, but there is an actual spell and a use for telepathy in this game that is one of my favorite things of all time, because hey, there's no defense against telepathy, it just happens. It's great. I love it. Hi, everyone. I'm glad we're having fun. I'm going to let all of my wonderful, fabulous players go around and introduce themselves and say where you can find them and what they're doing. I will I will remind all of my players that unfortunately we will not see you guys on Sunday because it is the holiday and some of us have some responsibilities that we have to take care of.
Oh, yeah, right. That makes sense.
Yeah, you know.
And
We're gonna have 10 people for Easter dinner.
pagans.
It'll be fine. It's fine. We're gonna have 10 people for Easter dinner. It'll be great. And then I'm gonna let you all go around and share some love, something you enjoyed about today, and then I just can't wait. I just can't wait to see what happens next. So why don't we start with Billy? How you doing, Billy? How's Ardzo feeling after that end moment?
Yeah, good food changed his life, you know. Meeting
usually
Elsa
does.
and then getting a chance to sample her craftsmanship, you know, he is feeling good. And then, you know, obviously has emboldened him in this setting where he knows very few people, and the people he does know are different people. Just to boldly go up in a room full of super wealthy folks with power to just open a window. You know, let's get this candle scent out of here. Nobody needs this. It's ruining the food. It's ruining Elsa's masterpiece. And he's kind of along for the ride. You know, I'm sure he would have started talking up the folks at his table.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Everyone
he
at
would
your
have.
table was quite pleasant and quite enjoyed your personality.
And the food is the star. So thanks for lobbing me that pitch, Prax. I'm really latching onto that. And then it's clear there's a lot of work that went into this whole fucking setup with this house and all the people involved.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm just happy living in it.
It's a fun house.
It's weird when you say it.
Why would it be weird when I say it, Billy?
Oh, what's this swing doing here? But yeah, no, super appreciative.
Not in this room.
Love watching the players get to do their thing and live their life and tell their story. Loved having Simon along for the little glimpse of charm that we got to see out of Cadarn.
We're gonna see some more of Kadar for the next couple weeks.
I
Yeah,
imagine so.
And I'm excited. I'm interested to see what kind of conflict, inter-party conflict, that may or may not bring.
I am not going to try to seduce him because I'm not that petty. I just want you to know what I'm on a job. I have things to do.
Yanto isn't, but like Johans is, maybe. Or maybe
Brenna
Baronet
won't because she
Beethoven.
doesn't date people her brothers date or sleep with them.
I would also like to point out that you're in Javik's arms at the moment. Or not Javik, Gavril's arms at the moment.
Oh yes, that too. She has a little stress relief. She feels a lot better.
Yeah, but I'm happy living in this world. It's great. I'm having a ball. That's it. Just a happy dude.
Well, thank you, Bill. I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself and having fun. I want all of my players to have fun. And that's why I enjoy doing wonderful things and plotting behind their backs. Hey, Trooper, how are you? See, you claim to be evil and just flat out call it. I'm just like, why would I want to be evil? I just want to have fun.
You know, there was a bard, I believe, in the Witcher universe. I think her name was Cindy Lauper, and she said that girls just want to have fun.
I was thinking that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I, Trooper SJP, am having a grand time. So good. Yanto's like having class problems right now. He's like, of course, nobles. And he's gonna be professional. He's on a job. He's not gonna think about things as much as he can. But I'm having a lovely time, and I want to give my star, my love, to Simon for 2 reasons, 3 reasons, 4 reasons, for some reasons. Reason 1, the grin. Reason 2, the dispel. Reason 3, the hotness. Reason 4, also the hotness. So those are the 4 reasons.
Okay.
It's just so nice. And that's my big love. And today is Wednesday. Tomorrow you can find me at 6 p.m. over on my channel, which is Trooper SJP Eastern. For the channel is Trooper SJP, but at 6 p.m. Eastern for Divinity Original Sin. Friday at 1 p.m. you can find me over at Laugh Love Lindy's channel. For the Aether's Walkway, after our exciting part 2 of our date between her character and my character, which went super well, but roots of problems were laid, which was great. And then 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign, where Lindy might be there in the beginning to go and find out some things about her character's future life. That's me. Back to you, Prax.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of this. I appreciate all of this. I do just want to have fun. And I'm glad that all of my friends can join me in having all of this fun. Speaking of one of my friends who is having all of the fun with me tonight, hey Lindy, how are you doing? How's Brenna doing after she had her stress relief?
Yeah, well, she feels less stressed, at least physically, after that. It's been a lot. So she, I helped at least a little bit. I'd like to make it known that if, there wasn't like a witch at the table, a sorceress, shall we say, someone capable of magic that was not Kaden or Shavik, had been having telepathy open. Upon the introduction, she would have just heard, bitch, like. When Gavril was introducing if she had that up, I feel like what goes on in Brenna's mind.
No, you would have felt, you would have had to. I would have asked you for a roll for awareness
because of the yeah. She's probably not that.
By the way, just so you're aware, if it's something like that, I will ask you for an awareness roll because you are constantly in the presence of Ardzo. And so it's always going off.
Yeah.
You need to be aware of if it goes off
higher. Yes.
And then I would ask you for more information.
Yes. Wonderful. But that's just so the audience knows. That's what had gone through her mind of that introduction. Whoo boy.
I just would have said, "Oh, that's the one." That's all.
I feel like Brenna's a little more petty than that.
Oh, no, Yanta's not petty. Whatever. Hot guy.
They're definitely not siblings.
They're not siblings at all.
No.
They're not at all related. Not at all.
But she thought Zdenka was great. That's all I'm gonna say. This bitch. We're gonna have some problems. I can just say that straight up. And also, that candle scent, I guess Brenna is pretty distracted. She didn't have noticed that, but oh gosh, if Ardzo tells her, she's gonna be like, well, we're throwing all of them into the river. Just no candles, we don't need them. Yeet. Cause that's bad. That's really bad, Prax. That's why the hellbore with the, no.
To be fair, you're seated at the head table, so the chandeliers are not directly over.
Directly above. Yeah.
That's why I asked Ardzo for that role.
Yeah, I'm just saying there might be some candle heating at a later date. I don't know.
Gonna need light though. Castles are dark.
Yeah, but we don't need light as much as we don't need candles scented like that. So yeah, that was great. Brenna's not. She's in a weird place because this is her home, and it doesn't feel as much like home as it has for the past 3 decades or so. So it's weird. She's having some weird times. She has a lot to tell Gavril. She can't wait to get him after dinner, but of course there'll be pleasantries first. So she's probably going to mingle a bit, be like, Javik, we should talk later.
So excited for the mingling. That's gonna be like the best part. It's gonna be the mingling.
It's gonna be like, yo, there's some fucking bullshit I need to tell you guys about, and I might need your help to murder a bitch. Anyways, it's
0
gonna
to
be
60.
Look, I just know that my bestie and I, Eleanor, we factored this possibility into our plans, and it's been discussed. That's all I'm gonna say, is that it's this.
There was a discussion about whether the effectiveness of packing her into a salt barrel and then rolling her down the pathway that would. There was lots.
And
of
also,
discussion.
if she was charming them magically, like that was a legitimate question. So it's been discussed. I, Lindy, am doing great. This is awesome. Brenna is just very conflicted. It's fine. It'll be fine. I hope. It's fine. Hi, I'm Lindy. You can find me being just fine all over the internet. Oh, and stars. Gosh, stars. Too many good things. I loved Billy and Trooper's face when Gavril was like, "This is my cat, my little cat." That was a great face glimpse that I caught from the two of them. Cause they don't know his nickname for her. It's fine. Prax and I have swapped gifts. It's great. Simon just entering the room, like he made an entrance. That was a beautiful entrance, and I am here for it. And also him trying to do sneaky shit under the table. That was also great. I loved it. Appreciated it. And just Artso with the cook, his foodgasm. And then Trooper being paranoid, or rather. Not Ianto, being paranoid. Yeah. Okay.
Is it paranoid?
Yes.
I mean, okay, it is the name of the skill.
Practiced.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's practiced paranoia.
It's fair. It's fair.
So you can find me at LaughLoveLindy online, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM a lot of tabletop RPGs, usually Blue Rose on Sundays, but not this Sunday. You can find Friday Aether's Walkway with me and Trooper. Mondays and Tuesdays we got D&D on my channel. Oh, but this Saturday we start a Monster of the Week 3-shot. Which
really
reminds me, I need to make the overlays for that. Yeah, Monster of the Fortnight for 3 fortnights. It's gonna be fun.
The fortnight is 2 weeks.
Yeah, but it's
2 weeks.
Yeah.
Every other week.
Is it a battle royale?
I think there's definitely like some battles or raids involved, and Billy's there. Billy will be there on Saturday, which will be super fun.
Flossin?
I can neither confirm nor deny until I make.
I'm totally doing it right now. You can't even see it, but I promise you I'm doing it.
I would floss, but I'm not good at it.
I don't know how to floss. I only floss my teeth. Anyways, that's about it. And you'll find me on Trooper's channel on Friday night, because I'm guesting, and it's gonna be fun. And Brenna's stressed. Bless her heart. I have a lot of caps in my notes. I'm gonna close my notebook now and pass it on.
And then last but certainly not least, hey Simon, thanks for joining us. Thanks for helping me close out this all of season 1, because y'all, we only have 2 more episodes left of season 1, and Simon's going to be joining us for those last 2 episodes.
I mean, somebody's dying. I get it.
No.
Hello. It's me. It's Simon.
Simone.
I had a lot of fun. Honestly, like I only could, watch the second part, the part that I was in. But I loved Artso.
Oh.
Yes, I want Artso to be my bro now. If only for the voice. Your voice, Billy, was amazing. I will continue to flex my pecs for Yanto.
Guy.
Kadarn is a multi-layered character. Once you start peeling off the layers, you'll realize
The layers of a shirt.
That he's naked?
Yeah.
after a few layers, he's
Yeah.
Did I make a character purposefully to fuck with the party?
No.
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 But did Deirdre come up with a bunch of shit to link my life, apparently with other people that you may know?
Maybe?
Yes. Actually, there are names that apparently I had to memorize.
Uh-oh.
I don't know who they are. Well, I mean, Simon doesn't know who he kind of knows now, but he doesn't know what their relationships are
Uh-oh.
Ooh, I can't wait to find
with
out.
you. So, like,
Uh-oh.
if one of you says a name at some point, I might go like, "Hey, I know that person."
Oh. Oh my.
Um,
Oh my.
and it goes apparently for all three of you.
Oh my.
But
Well.
yes, Kadarin was tons of fun playing him originally until I got killed by a giant boar by asking them, "What are you gonna do? Step on me?" Which is also ironically something that happened to this Kadarin in The Witcher when I told someone, "What are you gonna do? Shoot me?"
So maybe don't ask those questions anymore.
Kadarin lives in the moment.
I would like to point out that my hashtag game began with a series called Shattered Eye. And the hashtag that emerged from the Shattered Eye, along with the hashtag Shattered Fam, was a hashtag that I think will be used again in this game. It's called hashtag Kadarin's Poor Choices.
Oh. Huh. Well.
Yeah. Look, I live in the moment. That's what's important. That's all that's important. But yeah, no, otherwise I cannot wait to, like, dust off my noble outfit and actually spend some time with the most important people in this game. The three of you.
What?
So, yeah, otherwise, you can find me on Friday for Cyberpunk Red, Saturday for Scion, not Sunday, and then next Monday for Rime of Frost Maiden. And that's it for now.
Well, thank you all for being here. Thank you for having fun. Follow the fun people in chat, all of these fun, wonderful players who are my friends, who are fabulous, and I love them all very much. All of their socials, except for Simon's, but he's over his head, and really, he's also in chat, so just follow him. And you can find me on Friday with Simon for some Cyberpunk Red. Oh, thank you for that wonderful, kind donation. Your turn, my turn. I do appreciate all of those donations. Speaking of donations, it is now 12:24 Eastern Time on April 1st. Please don't engage. Leaving aside April Fool's Day, I feel it is appropriate to announce, because we are now finished, the campaign is done, the total that we have raised for World Central Kitchen is $1,005, and that is for over the month of March. Thank you all for donating, thank you all for joining us, thank you all for supporting us. If you missed out on the charity stream we did last Saturday, 12 hours of wholesome games and wholesome fun, that's up on YouTube. It was really kind of very cute. If you love we played some Golden Sky Stories, which was magical anime animals doing cute things and playing baseball and saving dinner and dancing. And then we played Wagon Wheel, which was what do the adventurers do after the calamity is over and you've defeated the big bad, and now you're working to try and help make things better. And I just want you to put, lots of emotions and feels and things coming out. And then we played a game that I wrote called Zia's Recipe Book, which apparently turned into Joy Luck Club the game. Except Italian instead of Chinese, but
I'm into it.
It was very much a thing, and it worked very well. All of those you can find on our YouTube channel. By the way, thank you everyone who watches on YouTube. I do see all of your comments. I do see everything. I really appreciate all of you. And I thank you all for joining me so far on this first season. We have 2 more episodes left of season 1. Then we're going to take a short break because exams. Hi. And then we're going to take a slightly longer break with a little surprise in the middle until we come back in the middle of July with some more Witcher. Don't worry, there will be season 2 of Witcher. It just might have to take a minute. And so I will see you next on Friday. But until then, I feel I should leave you with this one last image, if you've gotten this far in the video. As Ardzo turns back from the window, there's this small waft of wind kicks up some of the dead leaves at the bottom of this tree. They spin up into the birds that are resting in this tree, and they take off. And the birds circle and go into the town. And one of these birds lands on a window open, and a hand just reaches out and strokes it. And that's where we end for tonight. See you all next week. Oh wait, we should raid somebody.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we should go raid Grant, who's playing some Dead by Daylight. I think that was really appropriate for, you know, after what we just did.
Oh, I'm sure that's great. Yeah.
So, bye-bye, everybody.
Woo.
Yeah, that was intense.
So many capital letters. Just
Getting
this
raided
line
by
here says
cracks, and I'm
everything's
pulling
super
up
sus.
generators because
That's
the raid
just-
happened, and I'm nervous.
Grant,
No!
Grant.
No! Hey, everyone! No! I can't handle the love!
I can't hear the heartbeats.
I will be right back.